Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Madan sir. அந்த இது நம்ம கிட்ட இருக்கா அந்த அகாடமிக் கிளப்போட வீடியோ ஒன்று 2-3 மினிட்ஸ் இருந்தது. அது கூட அவங்க ப்ளே பண்ண சொல்லலாம். அப்புறம் மேகசின் ரிலீஸ் இப்ப பண்றோமா இல்ல வேலிடிக்ஷன்லயா?
இல்ல மேடம், இனாகரேஷன் தான்.
ஓகே ஓகே. ஏன்னா டீன் மட்டும்தான் கொடுக்கல, அவரு கொடுக்குறேன்ட்டார். இப்பதான் பேசிட்டேன். We will get the message. Good morning.
Welcome. Sir, வந்துட்டாங்களா?
Yes sir. Yes, joined.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning sir. Good morning sir. Welcome sir. Madan ji, sir, chief வந்துட்டாரு. Good morning சொல்லிக்கிறங்க.
Good morning sir.
வணக்கம் sir. Sir, he is our another coordinator sir. Charmadi madam is our HOD sir. பேசுனதுல எல்லாத்துலயும் இருக்கு மேடம்.
என்னதுங்க சார்?
இல்ல மேடம், மெயில்ல இருக்கு மேடம், மெயில்ல இருக்கு, மெயில்ல இருக்கு மேடம், மெயில்லையும் இருக்கு மேடம்.
சார் என்கிட்ட சொல்றீங்க?
இல்ல உமா மேடம் பேசுறாங்க. மெயில்ல லிங்க் அனுப்பிச்சிருக்கோம்ல மேடம்.
மெயிலே அனுப்பியிருக்கேன், டிஎம்எஸ் ஃபேக்கல்டி கவுன்சிலே அனுப்பியிருக்கேன்.
சார் மெயில்ல இல்ல சார். சார் நான் ஜாயின் பண்ணியாச்சு சார், பார்க்கலையா?
சாரி மேடம், சாரி மேடம், தேங்க்யூ மேடம், சாரி மேடம், சாரி மேடம்.
Sir, I sent academic clubs launch video that also can be played during free slot.
Okay,
Welcome,
madam.
Dean sir. Fahimuddin, can you please stop for a while? I can also share that video.
Fahimuddin, please stop, please stop.
Professor Kasaling, good morning.
Good morning, Nagajan sir. Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Okay.
Madam, good morning, madam.
Uma madam, sir, good morning, sir.
Mute ஆயிட்டாங்க.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, madam. Good morning.
Madam, good morning, madam.
Dean sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Dean sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning to all of you.
Yeah. So, Dean, Professor Sandaseva, good morning.
Good morning to all of you, please.
Yeah.
Carry on, carry on.
Can you see the video, sir?
Yeah, it is coming, madam. It is coming. Guest இருக்காருங்களா?
Sir, we'll wait for the director studies to join, then we can start. The background music was not there. We're able to see the video, sir? Now you may continue, Fahimuddin.
No, Prabhat Das, tell me. Hello? Yeah, I know that. Okay, sir.
Sir, Director Studies is joining the program now.
Madam, as soon as he has joined, we can start, madam.
Another few minutes we can start the program, sir, once Director Studies joins.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, madam. Yes.
Professor Balakrishnan, Director Studies, is joining the program. Once he joins, we can start the program. Welcome, Professor Balakrishnan, sir. Welcome. Sir,
Yeah.
hello. Sir, you
Good morning.
are not
Good morning,
yes.
Professor Charmadi.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Good morning, Professor.
Sir, with your permission, can we?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, with your permission, can we start, sir?
Please go start.
Yeah.
Students,
Dr.
please start.
Balakrishnan?
Yes, students,
Yeah.
please start. Ardra and Nikhila, please start.
Yes, sir.
I request all others who are not speaking to mute your microphone so that the program will go very smoothly.
Ma'am, can we start?
Please start.
Being hosted under the shadow of COVID-19 pandemic, the larger reach of live-streamed events to an audience beyond the bounds presents the brighter side to the whittling down of programmed with physical attendance. A very good morning to the honorable dignitaries, respected faculty members, and dear students. I am Ardra Dilip.
And I am Nikhila B.
First year MBA students, and we welcome you all with immense pleasure to the 20th flagship event of the Department of Management Studies, SYNAPSE 2021.
SYNAPSE is an industry interface program exclusively for the MBA students of Pondicherry University since 1992. It's an iconic event conducted annually to facilitate meeting the aspirations and ideas of the students, whereby we'll be having 6 panels, that is finance, marketing, operations, entrepreneurship, business analytics, and human resource. DMS provides a platform for the students to bridge the gap between academics and industrial practices by interacting with CEOs, entrepreneurs, leaders, and corporate people who are invited to speak on management ideas, themes, and share their views.
As we all know, due to the current situation that we are facing today, Synapse has been confined to an online mode. Let us make maximum use of this platform and hope for a better tomorrow. So once again, we welcome you all to Synapse 2021 and let's mark the beginning of our program with the University Anthem.
புதுவை புதுவை புதுமையே போற்றுவோம் புதுவை பல்கலைக்கழகமே உனை வாழ்த்துவோம் வங்க கடலலை தாளாட்டும் ஞானச் சூரியன் உதிக்கும் இடம்
இது எங்கள் புதுநெறி காட்டும் உலகம் எந்நாளும் அறிவு தேடல் தொடரும் அறிவொற்றை பொழியும் ஆசிரியர் அதில் தினமும் நனையும் மாணவர்கள்
இதிலன்று புதுவை பல்கலைக்கழகம் அறிவின் தாகம் தனியின் சோலை அகில போற்றும் கல்வி சாலை மனித வளமே என்று முயல புனித சேவை தொடருதே பல்கலைக்கழகம் என்றும் வளர்ந்திட நாமும் வழிபடுவோம் கல்வி சேவைகள் யாவும் காலமும் தொடர்ந்திட நாளும் வேண்டிடுவோம் புதுவை புதுவை புதுமையே போற்றுவோம்
புதுவை பல்கலைக்கழகமே உன்னை வாழ்த்துவோம்.
Next, to mark an auspicious beginning of Synapse 2021, we shall have the usual lighting of lamp, but this year through a digital mode.
असतो मा सद्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्योर्मा मृतं गमय ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्ति.
Now, I would like to invite our mentor and pillar of strength, Dr. B. Charumati, Professor and Head, Department of Management Studies, Pondicherry University, to deliver the welcome address. She is specialized in accounting, finance, entrepreneurship, HR, banking, and insurance. She has published 3 books and 142 research papers in peer-reviewed journals and is currently carrying out the MHRD-sponsored Spark project on IFRS into the world of SMEs with QS-ranked Australian universities. With immense pleasure, I invite Dr. B. Charumati to welcome the gathering.
Thank you, Andra. A very good morning to all. The most respected Director of Studies, Pondicherry University, Professor S. Balakrishnan, our beloved Dean, School of Management, Professor Chandrasekhar Rao, the distinguished chief guests, other invitees, HODs of other sister departments, esteemed faculty colleagues, research scholars, my dear students. It is my immense pleasure to welcome you all. I, Dr. B. Charumati, Professor and Head, Department of Management Studies, on behalf of DMS, Pondicherry University, and on my own behalf, I formally welcome you all to SYNAPSE 2021, the flagship event conducted by our department. SYNAPSE, the flagship event of DMS, has been a significant part of our MBA program since 1991. Industry interface is crucial for an MBA program. Industry and academia represent the thought and its physical form respectively and therefore move ahead together. They both complement each other and must tread the path of progress hand in hand. However, the changes introduced in the industry are far more rapid than the advancement of curriculum in the classrooms. So the pulse and beat of the market are sensed far more quickly by the industry experts than by the professors in the classrooms. Whereas the industry manager may be able to modify the style of operation overnight. It might take a whole semester for the academician to bring about a change or to include a new chapter in the curriculum. The need, therefore, is to bridge this gap so that the students know that what I'm learning in the classroom is really what is happening out there in the industry. It is for this purpose that the industry institute interfaces, especially in the rapidly changing business world, where disruption stays as the sword of Damocles. The theme for this year's SYNAPSE is regulation, resilience, reinvention to reach the unreached. So the DMS was established as School of Management, the first academic entity and one of the flagship schools of Pondicherry University in 1986. And since then, it has grown tremendously. For the past 35 years, it has been catering to the needs of management education and research, besides providing consulting and training to corporate and government organizations through outreach programs. DMS has its tagline, Developing Managers for the Society, and contributed 2,000 plus management professionals to the society as entrepreneurs, technocrats, CEOs, academicians, corporate leaders, CMDs, occupying coveted and high positions in academia and industry globally. The DMS takes pride in having the legacy of School of Management, and it has established strong industry-focused teaching programs and cutting-edge research. The DMS has grown in leaps and bounds, having 250 plus MBA students, 86 plus research scholars, 200 plus PhDs awarded, 1,000 plus publications by 14 eminent and highly qualified faculty members, and 3 very active international MOUs, more foreign students and student exchanges to foreign partnering universities, more recruiters, more research projects, more B School awards, and lot of achievements and laurels by students and faculty. In addition to MBA program, DMS is also offering 2 new MBA programs. One is 2-year full-time MBA data analytics, and another is 3-year MBA part-time under self-financing mode. And for MBA programs, weekly guest lectures by eminent persons from both industry and academia, industrial visits, placement training programs, workshops are organized. During the program, students undertake minor project as well as major project. And DMS has been organizing talk series like DMS Alumni Talk Series, DMS Expert Talk Series, DMS International Talk Series, besides student development programs and career development programs. The well-reputed companies visited the campus year after year to recruit our students, shows the quality of education imparted at DMS. The leading IT, ITES, private and public sector banks, Indian as well as multinational corporations, manufacturing, service, technology-based companies visit the department for recruiting our students. With its emphasis on strong industry academic interface, technology-related management courses and extracurricular activities, DMS lays the foundation for students' personal and career development. We conduct an annual flagship event, SYNAPSE, to bridge this gap between industry and academia. We have a number of functional clubs in DMS, like DMS Finance Club, Marketing Club, HR Club, Systems and Operations Club, Startup Club, and also Analytics Club. And DMS has MOU with international partnering institutions we have University of East Paris, France, Changbuk National University, South Korea, Koblenz University of Applied Sciences, Germany, which offers opportunities to study 1 semester abroad with a waiver of tuition fees and also scholarship. We have initiated many other MOUs and they are expected to begin very shortly. Now, not less than 10% of the total strength is being exchanged in a year. And the alumni network of DMS is very powerful. in terms of exchanging their expertise for curriculum, evaluation, internship, placements, consultancies with the alma mater, and DMS is also outreaching its alumni to leverage on their strength and to provide support to them in terms of continuous education like EDPs and MDPs. And at DMS, we believe our purpose is not only to prepare students with the necessary skills to achieve their career goals, but also to help them become strategic thinkers and leaders who add value to their community locally and globally. To achieve this present status, our leader, Professor Gurmeet Singh, Vice Chancellor of Pondicherry University, has been providing the right guidance and support to take the DMS and SOM to newer heights. Under his leadership, DMS signed so many MOUs for student and faculty exchanges, organized many international conferences, EDPs, FDPs, workshops, and started a new program. Professor Gurmeet Singh is a well-known administrator and academician with a very vast research and teaching experience of more than 4 decades, and he is a world-renowned researcher in the field of corrosion science and smart materials, and won many prestigious national and international awards. Professor is committed to taking Pondicherry University to newer heights, and we are very proud to follow our leader. Due to his preoccupation, he could not participate, and he sent his best wishes and message for this event. We cherish his message. And during March 2020, due to COVID-19, there was a sudden disruption in the academic activities. And if our university was able to manage this challenge seamlessly, it is because of our Director of Studies, Professor S. Balakrishnan, who was instrumental in creating SAMS, Student Academic Management System, and his initiatives towards academic excellence are innumerable. Besides, Professor has established a state-of-the-art national facility for isotope geochemistry with a thermal ionization mass spectrometer and a clean laboratory for the year 2007 at the Pondicherry University. As the first Dean of School of Physical, Chemical and Applied Sciences, he initiated 5-year integrated MSc program in Applied Geology, Chemistry and Physics, and unique and successful program of study in the Pondicherry University. He is also the coordinator of IQAC, that is Internal Quality Assurance Cell. Professor is a member of many professional bodies and high-level committees. On behalf of DMS School of Management and on my own behalf, I welcome our Director of Studies, Professor S. Balakrishnan. I welcome you, sir. Next, I welcome our respected Dean, School of Management, Professor Chandrasekhar Rao, for his consistent and unconditional support and guidance for every new initiative that DMS takes, may it be EDP, FDP, or a new program. Professor is also the chairman of Innovation Council of our university, and he is well known for his inimitable innovative ideas. I welcome you, Professor, for this event. Today's inaugural function features 2 chief guests, Mr. Girish Ramachandran and Mr. R. Vikraman. I welcome Mr. Girish Ramachandran, President, Asia Pacific Tata Consultancy Services from Singapore. Welcome, Mr. Girish Ramachandran. And Mr. R. Vikraman, Director, Human Resources, NLC India Limited, Tamil Nadu, could not join, and he sent his wishes for the event as he has some preoccupation with the collector. He assured that he will be joining in the meantime, or he will join for the valedictory. I welcome all the guests and panelists who have joined here to share their experiences with the students. I also welcome moderators who would make the interactions more effective. I welcome the HODs of School of Management, esteemed colleagues from DMS and School of Management Department to this event. I also welcome coordinators of this event, Professor R. Kasilingam and Dr. Madan Mogan, and also welcome the student chairman for this SYNAPSE 2021, Mr. Prabhat Das. I also welcome the research scholars, first and the second year MBA students whose efforts made this event possible. There has to be some give and take on both institute as well as industry sides. It is very much important for the survival of a business school to adapt with ever-changing business environment. Structural shifts in global economy, productivity enhancement, technological progress are driving demand for highly skilled workers, innovators, and knowledge workers. So the role and responsibilities of business leaders have dramatically changed in the past 1 year. Before COVID-19, CEOs and other executives in high growth companies were focused on fostering innovation, driving revenue, and gaining market share. Today, many of those same leaders must make rapid decisions about controlling costs and maintaining liquidity. They may encounter unforeseen roadblocks, supply chain issues, team shortages, operational challenges that drastically alter the scope of their role and responsibilities and priorities. All the while, they and their teams were navigating health and safety concerns, working remotely, and supporting their families through the pandemic. This is not an easy transition. Those in charge will be tested in areas where they have not fully developed their leadership muscles, and the learning curve will be very steep. So the panels on different specialization will be chaired by specialists from the respective domain to share their rich industry experience. We need to nurture the culture of research, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurial culture on the campuses of Indian Higher Education Institute is still evolving since the startup ecosystem, including incubation centers, venture funding, and government support is still at its very early stages. Synapse is the junction between two neurons or nerve cells where there is a small gap that neurotransmitters help nerve impulses to cross. Similarly, let this event be a juncture, be an opportunity for students to interact with experts and get to know what industry really expects from them. Once again, I welcome all who have joined this flagship event of DMS and thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable information.
Next, I am extremely privileged to welcome the vibrant professor of our department, a strong support to all his students, Dr. R. Kasilingam, Professor of DMS and the Faculty Coordinator of SYNAPSE 2021, to introduce the theme of the event.
Honorable Director, distinguished Chief Guest, and most respected Dean, and respected Head of the Department, and beloved colleagues, and my dear students, good morning to one and all present here. Let me join as a faculty coordinator. Let me join with my HOD to welcome you all for the SYNAPSE 2021. SYNAPSE is the iconic event. So DMS means SYNAPSE, SYNAPSE means DMS. So which is iconic event, and apart from that, it is a prestigious event conducted by the department from 1992 onwards to bridge the gap between industry and the interface. Every year, we conduct the SYNAPSE with the theme. This year, theme is regulation, resilience, and reinvention to reach the unreached. Every year, last year, I have conducted with the theme with the 5 M's, millennials to millionaire. For every panel, we have set with the M. So like that time, so this year also, we have done with the R. Why R? So first is reaching the unreached. So person from Tamil Nadu is we have a higher enrollment ratio of 50% than any other country in the world, and low mortality rate because we have reached the unreached with the road and hospitals. So the management guru C.K. Pragarlath, he has stated fortune at the bottom of the pyramid. So that is based on Aravind Eye Hospital, again, which is from Tamil Nadu. The Aravind Eye Hospital, they charge only 1/3, but they could meet the remaining 2/3 expenses. So because they have reached the mass. So it is better to reach the unreached. So when we look at the first some year back, I have conducted with intelligence, innovation, and inclusion, or when I have conducted with 5 years, everywhere I was talking about inclusion and the sustainability, because to reach the unreached. So why, how to reach the unreached people? For which we have one R, which is regulation. So 2008 subprime crisis did not have much impact on Indian economy because we had a well-regulated financial and the banking system. And even during the COVID times, our financial market is functioning because of the regulation. The regulation is bringing the way of life where it will provide the space for everybody, and there is no discrimination and there is no survival of fittest. That is the magic of regulation. Then resilience. Everybody will have difficult times. If you look at the people in the international scenario, see, for example, if you're Elon Musk, so he has left with loss in the year 2004, but he could recover within another 7 years. If you look at the Apple Steve Jobs, people have thrown out from the Apple, but he has come back. So like that, for example, Edison and Diana, so everybody, they have a difficult times, so but they have come out very, very successfully. Then if you look at the reinvention, the companies which you are looking at today is not same as when they have started. For example, Amazon, it was a retail selling the books. Now it is a e-commerce industry. Netflix, they were selling the DVD, physical DVD. Now they are in the streaming entertainment industry. Baxter Hathaway, it is a textile company, but now it is an investment company. Wipro, it was selling the vegetable oils, but now it is an IT field. Now, if you look at myself, I was a finance faculty with respect to DMS, but for the entire, the remaining part of the world, I was called it as an analytics person. So this is with respect to 3R. Then every panel, we have started with R, the finance panel recommending for the digital world. Even during the COVID times, our companies, they have raised a lot of funds by issuing PAPs, preferential allotment, right issue, IPO, FPO, and YFS. If you look at the Reliance, earlier it was having a lot of debt. Now it is a debt-free company. They have raised the debt. They have raised the instruments from 13 investment. They have used the instruments in such a way that there is no tax payment involved. Then marketing panel, turbulent, the routing in the turbulent time. I have one friend, he is in a compressor spare parts he is manufacturing. I have asked him, what are you doing? He says, I do not have any problem even during the COVID time because I am operating in the niche market. And then for operations, realizing efficiency through automation. During the COVID has given us some lessons. So involvement of people, we have to minimize, we have to go for automation. By automation, we can realize the efficiency. Then with respect to entrepreneurship, we have to think, rethink from idea to execution. So we recapitulate. So that is the theme for entrepreneurship. Then for operation, then for analytics, refulcant tomorrow. So there is a lot of data is coming in, especially during the social media network. We have to analyze, we have to clean the data, and we have to collect data, we have to clean data, and we have to analyze, we have to use it with the help of AI to get a brighter future. Then with respect to HR, we have to reskill depending upon the situation. We have to learn new skill so that we can be very, very successful. So I feel this Corona has brought an opportunity. Earlier, we have conducted the SYNAPSE with 2 days. Now we are going to conduct with 4 days. Now I know that you people we are all in a difficult times, but we can be successful when we regulate and reinvent so that we will become successful businessmen, successful entrepreneur, successful management people, successful human being. I hope everybody will regulate and reinvent to become successful. And again, I hope we will have great 4 days ahead. Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity given. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for inspiring words.
Moving on to the next dignitary, Professor K. Chandrasekhara Rao, Dean, School of Management, Pondicherry University, who specialized in banking and finance, corporate finance, security analysis, and international finance. With more than 3 decades of experience in the field of teaching, research, and administration, he is currently serving in the Department of Banking Technology at Pondicherry University. Mr. Chandrasekhara Rao has always been a source of motivation and strength to DMS. With immense pleasure, I request Mr. Chandrasekhara Rao to deliver the inaugural address.
So thank you very much. I join my colleagues in formally inviting our director, the Pro-Chancellor of the University, Dr. Balakrishna sir, and today's chief guest, Girish Ramchandran from TCS for this flagship SYNAPSE program. I'm very happy to join this program, and this is a big management meet of our campus. The campus with about 700 and 800 students, MBA students. Every time SYNAPSE is considered as a very important industry interface activity, wherein 30-40 company executives interact with our students, and the students will get an opportunity to see many of them, interact with them, and tune themselves to join those companies. Well, given the situation, this is the virtual mode in which we are interacting with a lot of senior executives, company executives who are generally usually visit our campus for campus placements and test the students and interact with the students and take the best talent from the campuses by this time. Anyhow, this is a platform for our students to interact, understand how the industry trends are happening. As the dean of the school, I just look at the pandemic seems to be having a particular pattern. It is a cyclical pattern in every century. The pandemics, of course, this pandemic has made the entire world, maybe a large majority, at least 20-25% of the humanity has put down onto the poverty. But this is the occasions where every time when we look back to the history, every time the industry and the economy makes out lots of new innovations, lots of innovative ideas, innovations, and that is how we are now looking at. We are in the edge of in the beginning of lots of new innovations industry is now thinking of. Maybe you call it as artificial intelligence or Internet of Things, or you may talk about biotechnology or whatever new buzzwords are coming. They're all extensively in this break time or in this COVID time, last 1.5 years. Lots of underground research is going on. I think the industry is going to show a different face for all our MBA schools. Naturally, this is an occasion for the faculty and the leaders of the university and the deans of the schools to see how industry executives are foreseeing the changes that is likely to be brought out by the technology and the changes that this particular new normal environment is likely to impose on the economic activity is a great learning for all of us. Maybe this 4 days of different themes and interaction with the different industrial executives is not only learning for our students to sharpen their skills and positioning themselves to meet the requirements of industry, manpower requirements of industry, but also for the academic institutions to design and redesign their curriculum to meet out the new challenges. I take this opportunity to congratulate the department for organizing this event in a grand way, even on a ritual mode. I'm very happy the executives are joining from different parts of the world. Today's chief guest is joining from Singapore, and I think one of the panelists, when I'm looking at the list of panelists, 40 people are joining from different parts of the world. I'm very happy that our students, our school is likely to get benefited out of this 4 days SYNAPSE industry interface activity. I wish all good success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words.
Moving on. We were supposed to have our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Gurmeet Singh, to preside over the inauguration. Due to unforeseen circumstances, Sir is unable to join us. In his absence, we have Professor S. Balakrishnan, the Director of Studies, Educational Innovations and Rural Constructions, Pondicherry University. Professor Balakrishnan has more than 3 decades of rich teaching experience and is currently serving in the Department of Earth Sciences, Pondicherry University. He is a person who believes in teamwork and multidisciplinary approach to solve scientific problems that can lead to greater achievements. by bringing about SAMPS and RAM. Professor Balakrishnan is the man behind digitalizing our university. With all due respect, I invite Professor S. Balakrishnan to deliver the presidential address. Sir, please.
Thank you very much for your nice and kind words. Our respected dean, Professor Chandrasekhar Rao, Professor Charupati, other faculty members of the DMS, and Mr. Girish Ramachandran, who is heading the Tata Consultancy Services of Asia Pacific region, and other experts who are likely to join the SYNAPSE in the days to come. A very warm good morning to all of you, or very cool good morning to all of you, because now we are in the midst of summer, expecting monsoon to set in few days' time. As pointed out, last 1 year have been a very difficult time, challenging time, whatever you can call it, because of the pandemic. During February in 2020, nobody in India, thought that we will have this kind of problems, because everything looked very distant. Somewhere in Italy and Spain, people were having these problems, and we were only watching it on the TV. But things, the pandemic, kind of played a very, what you can say, a very bad role, and spread it very fast, and we were put in a lot of hardships. But in spite of that, many institutions which had a dynamic, leadership, they could, manage, salvage, or come out of it successfully. And our university is one such university, under the dynamic leadership of our Vice Chancellor, Professor Gurmeet Singh, met the challenges head on, and we devised ways. Luckily, we had certain program softwares and packages developed in-house, put in place, so we could manage our teaching, evaluation, all these processes, even including entire gamut of academic activities, right from admission to award of degrees. Everything could be done through our in-house developed software, which we call it as Students Academic Management System of Pondicherry University. So that means that, now the mantra for today is that, one has to be at one's toe, whatever is the latest technology, developments in the technology, that we have to, embrace and keep it ready, because the future, what lies in the future, we do not know. And that way, our Department of Management Studies and School of Management are well placed, because they are situated along with well-known experts of not only in the related disciplines of management, such as economics, commerce, banking, etc., but also they are situated within the environment where we have top-notch biologists, top-notch social scientists are there. We also have very good physical sciences, chemists, and all these sciences are there. So they are able to get whatever doubts or anything they want to clarify. They are in a milieu where they can get whatever they want. So that is the beauty of the management studies program of our university. I would say it is the graduate, MBA graduate who comes out of our university has a better understanding of the society compared to a person who is coming out of the so-called IIMs, just because he has grown up, or he has been tuned in a real life environment where you have all kinds of people, right from a poet, performing arts person is there. So how to manage things, he learns, and because managing means it is as somebody pointed out, it is a multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary, whatever we call, because you cannot have one particular expertise alone will not solve today's managerial problems, because you have to be a good not only finance person, you have to be also a good, for example, environmentalist, because tomorrow's manager has to work on sustainability. The earth has to sustain, then only we can all survive, and our industries can survive, or our enterprises can survive. So that means sustainability means that manager has to think, how to make whatever the domain of the particular firm, how it works, whether it is working in a sustainable way or not. So that is a big responsibility. That is with not only with us, but more so with the managers. And then why we need managers? If you see, the management graduate or managers are people who tend to organize things and make things and put up what you can say, plan and organize and foresee. These are the important attributes that we would like from a management graduate or from a manager. So those are the things that our management graduates should develop, should inculcate. First, they should not study like bookish, only study MBA that syllabus, but they should go out and also try to interact with as much people as they can and gain maximum from their interactions and have an interdisciplinary approach or multidisciplinary approach. Second is that we are also now in the midst of our education system in our university is in the midst of a big change. That is with the introduction of the new education policy. We would like to have various programs of study integrated from the plus 2 onwards. So the student has to should be groomed just after plus 2, giving various exit options. And so finally a professional is going to come out, will be well-rounded person with a lot of skills at hand with him. So this is the idea of the new education policy, which aims to cater to the evolving needs of the society and the industry. So which we are in the process of adopting, and I'm sure our School of Management also plays a very important role in implementing this policy from the next academic year onwards. And then we were talking about this corona everywhere, corona, we turn on the news, it is corona. But what is interesting is this corona also has provided opportunity for a lot of people. Innovation, opportunity, these are the things that one comes to mind. One simple, one can have a very pessimistic point of view. Other point of view is, how best I can serve the society, or how best, it's not only making a question of making money, but this is the need of the people, how I can serve, whether for money or not for money, it doesn't matter. So if you see, for example, that, I read in newspaper that in Ahmedabad, somebody started, having connected a pressure cooker, which generates steam, and they put some medicines, what they can say, Ayurvedic stuff inside the pressure cooker with water, and they are connected with a tube which has several nozzles, and people come, pay 10 rupees, inhale it for 10 minutes or 15 minutes and go. So what innovation, So this is what we say, in India we know that the importance of this, the Ayurveda and other things, they are there. We cannot simply say they are not useful, because we ourselves know for certain type of illness, there is no cure in allopathy. People go for resort to Ayurveda. Okay. So having said that, I'm not belittling anything. Only thing is I'm telling the practical thing. The fellow came and he has put this thing, and so he may be making money, but at the same time he's serving the society. Think of that. The need of the society is to have some lungs cleared, lungs and throat and the entire respiratory system clean, and he is doing it. Okay. Similarly, you can see many such innovative ideas put in place. That is what our management graduates should think. That he should think interdisciplinary. Okay, he should know, what apparatus to use, what are the things that should go in. So that means he should be a little bit of biologist, or Ayurvedic idea he should have. This is what is required, that at the time of pressure, adversity, whether you can perform or not. So, for example, if suppose one is waging a war, we are like war-like situation. Fighting pandemic is like a war. So we are in a war-like situation where such remedies have to come within the short span. Suppose I find the remedy after a month. By the time the COVID would have, the curve would have come to the flat end, and it would have reached the bottom. So it has no use. Okay. So therefore, our management graduates who are participating in the SYNAPSE program, our students and alumni, they should realize that they should be, they should gain knowledge from various resources. They should keep everything in their mind so that we do not know at what time, how we can put all those things together. That is the magic of the management graduate, to put all the existing knowledge and put it into a practice. So therefore, you should have the knowledge first of all. If you don't have knowledge, what you will put it together? So with this, I won't stand in between you and our Sri Girish Ramachandran, who is we are all expecting to hear from him. So wishing you very successful 4-day SYNAPSE program and wishing you very best. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir, you're right. Anyway, thank you for spending your valuable time with us, sir.
Thank you, Professor.
We have amidst us a distinguished international personality, Mr. Girish Ramachandran, to deliver the keynote address. Mr. Girish Ramachandran, President, Asia Pacific Region, Tata Consultancy Services, Singapore, is responsible for the strategy, growth, and business operations in Australia, New Zealand, ASEAN, Greater China, and South Korea. He joined TCS in 1994 and has held multiple leadership positions across key parts of the business around the world. He spent 9 years as the head of TCS Europe, where he developed strong client relationships with disciplined focus on operations and executions, enabling TCS Europe to achieve record growth in revenues and margins. He then headed TCS Middle East, Africa, and the Mediterranean region, after which he was a corporate vice president in the CEO's office in Mumbai, where he rolled out strategic global initiatives setting the tone for the TCS rapid growth. Mr. Girish serves on the board of Global Reporting Initiative based in Amsterdam, a pioneer in global sustainability reporting. He is also a member of CII International Council and serves on the international board of Nederland University in Netherlands. He is a recipient of Frans Banny Koch Medal from the Mayor of Amsterdam in recognition of his meritorious service in the city of Amsterdam. He was appointed Business Champion for the New Colombo Plan by the Australian government and was recognized with the Leading CEO Award by the Singapore Human Resource Institute in 2018. We are extremely delighted to have such an eminent international personality as a part of SYNAPSE 2021. On behalf of DMS family, I humbly invite Mr. Girish Ramachandran to deliver the keynote address. Please, sir.
Thank you. Good morning to all of you. Professor Balakrishnan, Professor Chandrasekhar Rao, Professor Charumati, Dr. Kailas Kasilingam, Mr. Prabhat Dash, as well as all the faculty and all the students. It's a pleasure being with you today. So I'm going to talk to you on 3 things. One is a little bit about the lessons that I've learned being in TCS. 2, what do I see customers doing and what are the challenges India is going to face over the next decade? And the third one is giving you some personal advice as well. So, as the COVID pandemic spreads across the world, we have seen businesses, governments, and societies rushing to adapt to the new normal, pivoting our own priorities and strategies to initially focus on business continuity as well as health and safety of employees and citizens. COVID has also put new pressures on leadership. To come out stronger and more resilient requires rethinking what it needs to lead in the future, in a post-COVID era. And I would like to share some views of what it takes to lead in the future. But before that, I want to thank all the COVID warriors, including all the teachers who are in this particular session. They have themselves taken very little time to pivot themselves to go on an online mode. And I want to thank you all. I know the respect all of you deserve and get. My mother herself is a teacher, retired teacher, and I see all the respect she gets. So I want to thank you all for helping all the students go through this particular journey. I want to share my journey across in the corporate world. This is my 26th year in TCS. So I pretty much joined TCS after my engineering from PSG Tech in Coimbatore and an MBA from Bajaj. And I did not start myself, even after an MBA, I did not start off in the management cadre. I decided that I would go to the lowest level in TCS. And I wanted to get my own hands dirty. So I used to do programming when I joined TCS before. And that's how TCS used to recruit at that particular time. So a key leadership lesson that I've learned is that if you want to become a good manager, you need to get your hands dirty, and starts with the basics. And that's one recommendation I have for all of you who are going to start off in your career. I went on to do many projects and focused on what is right, which is delivering value to our own customers. During this time, I learned one very simple lesson. And this is something which I would like to play, especially when all of us know about cricket so much. When Dhoni used to be the captain, we had the most valuable player in the team, which was Sachin Tendulkar. So you need not always need to be the captain of the team to lead the team. You can still be the most valuable player, and the most valuable player has a reason to exist, and the captain has a reason to exist. So you don't have to always be the captain of the team to lead the team. So that's another important lesson that I learned, and especially since Professor Balakrishnan was talking about collaboration and what all of you need to do post your MBA. It's very important that all of you will be in multidisciplinary teams. And when you're in multidisciplinary teams, you don't have to always be the manager in charge of that particular team. You can still contribute as the most valuable player. After a few years, I was asked to pack my bags and move to Amsterdam as the country head of TCS in the Netherlands. I seized this opportunity and I moved over to the country. And again, this is I wanted to talk to the MBA crowd here because I wanted to give you a little bit of what I felt. I mean, essentially after a good MBA from one of the most prestigious universities in India, you always feel that you're on top of the world. Okay? And that's what I felt when I got a sales opportunity to run a country. Okay? And I went for my first customer meeting, and I learned a lot in the first customer meeting. In my first customer meeting, on the second day of my landing in Amsterdam, my customer called me, and I went and met him. And then he said, "Come, Girish, let's have a cup of coffee." We had a cup of coffee. Then he started asking me about what he felt about the weather in the country. There is nothing much you talk about in the weather especially in Amsterdam, which is always grey, like London. Okay, we always get grey weather there. Okay? And then after some time, he talked about football, which is very critical in that particular country. Okay? And I didn't have too much to contribute both on the weather as well as on football. And then he said, "Come, Girish, let's have another cup of coffee." By the time it was 30 minutes of my 1 hour meeting over, and I felt a little bit cagey. Okay, so I called up, I asked him, "Sir, now can we talk business?" And he came up to me and told me, "Girish, I have two options for you. Option number one is that you learn to adapt to our culture. You learn to drink coffee, you learn to appreciate weather, appreciate football, and start talking about it. And then automatically business will come to you. Or else you be like what you are, which is you've been transplanted from the US, and I had spent a couple of years in the US before coming over to Europe. And he said, if you're going to be like this, I'm going to call up your manager tomorrow and tell him to take you back. So this was a big slap on my face. Day one of my country meeting, and day two, as the country head, the customer comes and tells me how bad of a salesperson I am. Okay. Luckily, I decided to learn from him. I decided to adapt, and today, in the last, and I went on to stay almost 10 years in the country. The other important thing, after that, I moved back. I had quite a lot of significant success in Europe. Then I moved to the India as corporate vice president of TCS. And one of the most important things that I learned is that mobility is most important in any job. It is very important that tomorrow, if any of you get an opportunity to go and work in Bihar or in Uttar Pradesh or in Madhya Pradesh, please don't stop. Mobility is most important because it gives you a lot of experiences. And be hungry to take on challenging opportunities. Most important thing is take opportunities which are challenging early on in your career. Okay, somebody again came and told me that Girish, you have two options. Option number one is that you spend the first 20 years of your life working very, very hard, and the next 20 years will be automatically be taken care of. Or alternatively, spend the first 20 years of your life whiling away your time, and the next 40 years of your life you will be struggling. So this is a very important lesson that I learned from this particular person, and I have always tried talking to all the people that I speak, all the university grads that I speak to. It is important to pick this particular learning journey. The other important thing that I wanted to teach you is that it's very important to have the ability to unlearn and relearn. Many a times, I'll give you a simple example. When I moved from Europe and when I went on to South Africa, when I was taking care of Africa, the most important sport at that particular time in South Africa is rugby. And when you go and speak, if you go and speak football in South Africa, nobody listens to you. Whereas in Europe, people listen to you only in football terms. Okay, so please, I had the opportunity to unlearn and then relearn a new skill. Okay. So these are some important things that I wanted to tell you about some key things for success. I will now go to my second part of my speech, which is what does it mean to lead in the post-COVID world, or the Industry 4.0 world. As we have seen, the pandemic is fundamentally reshaping the world, accelerating the pace of change set forth both by the Industrial Revolution as well as what is happening because of the pandemic itself. And India is at the center of this change. We can either buckle under the immense pressure exerted by the pandemic, or we can choose to leverage on the situation and reinvent itself by leapfrogging and competing with the regional economies and the world economy. Either way, change is going to be inevitable. So I'm going to talk about 5 trends that could shape India's recovery. First and foremost is job creation and skilling. Now, COVID has actually accelerated job displacement by automation. 19 million salaried formal jobs have been lost after the lockdown, with almost 4 million below the age of 30. But, however, COVID has also spurred demand in new areas, such as healthcare, such as e-commerce, and other digital fields, providing opportunities for displaced labor. we have an opportunity to create another 100 million new jobs in Asia. And it is very important that all of us who are in this particular room have the opportunity to reskill and redeploy at scale. That will be the key focus for all of us. And if you are able to do that, a lot more of these jobs will actually come to India. The second most important thing. First of all, I want to wish everybody a happy World Environment Day. Today is the World Environment Day. And the second most important thing that is going to happen is in the area of climate change. Effects of climate change are already being felt around the world. And according to Reserve Bank of India, 3% of India's GDP will be spent only on countering adverse impact of climate change. That's another very important thing. Third, aging. According to a report by the UN Population Fund, India is aging much faster than previously thought. And the population of elderly will increase from 8% in 2015 to 19% in 2050. Okay. Fourth one, urbanization. This has been a very key driver for growth in India. Okay. We have all seen the growth. We have seen transformation of regional economies, societies, and environment. By 2050, 50% of the population will live in urban areas versus 30% in 2011. So there is going to be a lot of pressure on urban infrastructure as well as quality of life. And the fifth most important thing is about food and food security. With 60% of the population below poverty line and 14% estimated to be undernourished, food security is going to be a very key challenge. And the pandemic has heightened these food risks in the region due to disruptions in both domestic as well as international food supply chains. We have seen a lot of people losing jobs and income during this particular time. And the most vulnerable are people at the lowest strata of the society. Now, if I give you a very bleak picture, I also have to tell you what I think are the opportunities for all of you. Okay. The question is, how will we drive change in India and stay ahead of the curve in a post-COVID world? And technology transformations could have some answers for all of this. Okay. I will give you some examples of what we've been doing. Okay. COVID has required organizations to pivot towards remote working. Okay. A company like us, where 97% of the people were working from office, overnight went to 96% working from home. So working remotely and being able to live in a rural India can actually reduce urbanization and generate employment to people who have stayed out of employment, like for example, women, okay, into the workforce. That is a huge opportunity. So we have an opportunity to actually level the playing field for people in rural India without having so technology, the technology digital spine, as I call it, is a great opportunity for people to level this and bring it back to life and reduce the urban infrastructure. So we could all live in places like Pondicherry or in other places, but still serve Chennai. Okay. That is a great opportunity, and we don't need to necessarily be in Chennai every day. Okay. The second most important thing is I was talking about food and food security. Okay. If 300 million farmers get digital access, and we are able to give farmers access through the mobile phones about climate, about information about soil, about moisture, all of that. An additional 500 million tons of food can be produced, which means an additional $200 million to them. And today, TCS is piloting it with some solutions called M-Krishi or digital farming solutions. And digital farming, we have seen the success of digital farming in a desert like Israel. Okay? And we should try and see how we can bring advanced digital farming techniques so that our farmers are able to get access to technology. The third one, I was talking about people living in or aging. Okay? We did a very interesting work with Singapore Management University here. And today we have around 200 homes in Singapore, which is homes where people, this is a very aged country, okay? We have a lot of people living over 60 years of age, okay? And what we did was we decided to put non-intrusive sensors at people's homes, okay? And which captures people's motion. So if I know that a person keeps moving between a particular room every few minutes, then I'll get a sensing signal, okay? And we created a data analytics lab in the university. What we were able to find out is very good patterns. We were able to find out patterns of people's behavior. We were able to find out when an elderly gets up, what time he or she goes for exercise, what time does he come back, and even tell what time does he go to sleep. And if you are able to build an ecosystem around that, then suddenly, if a person is used to sleeping for 2 hours every afternoon, and you see that person has not got up after 2.5 hours, automatically an alarm could trigger this. And we could have a neighbor check upon that particular person to see whether everything is okay. This is how a non-intrusive sensor using data, IoT and data analytics could actually bring forth technology transformation in aging. We have deployed this and now we are taking it across to other countries around the world. The other one, which I talked about, is in climate change. If you look at it, there is a new technology which has come in, which is what we call digital twin, where you can't obviously change the parameters when you're working in a factory. I can't change my input parameters in a factory all the time. I can't change my, let's say, pressure, temperature, or humidity, all of that in a process. But what if I take the process and put it into an iPad, and in the iPad I'm able to change the process, and I'm able to change each of the input parameters? Then I will know what is the likelihood of me getting an output which is different from what I'm today getting. And this is what I call a digital twin. So we can even create a digital twin of a complete human body, and we can find out how a human body functions without actually being able to sit inside the body. Okay? So this is by doing this, TCS today is helping a lot of companies around the world with their sustainability goals. So we know we can reduce the carbon footprint by changing certain parameters and by increasing the output. And the last one on jobs, I genuinely feel focus on automation could actually help productivity, but we could also create a new cadre of jobs that can be fulfilled. That is why I genuinely believe that the fourth industrial revolution is not about technology or business. It is all about society. And I believe that the pandemic will fundamentally reshape the world as we know it, and technology will be at the center of this particular transformation, enabling what I call smarter cities, smarter citizens, and smarter workspaces. Now, if we are going to, this completes my second part of the speech. Now I'll go to the third part. What do all of us have to do? Okay. If you look at it, the pandemic has demonstrated that human societies can transform themselves, and transformations cannot happen in a vacuum. I strongly feel that in a post-COVID world, three things are going to be the pillars of growth: digitization, innovation, and sustainability. And there is a role for everybody to play their part. And there are three important stakeholders: governments, enterprises or businesses, and individuals. And we all need to take ownership of this particular future. Okay. I'll first spend a little bit of time on enterprises, okay, or businesses. Businesses will have to focus on digitization to build a strong digital core for addressing the impetus of resilience, adaptability, and agility. And if you look at companies that have existed for over 100 years, and Tata Group is a good example, always you have provided, or whether you have Unilever, you have companies like IKEA, we have always looked, they have always existed because they have always put a long-term purpose, which goes beyond giving the returns of the financials, okay, or giving just financial returns. And businesses have to go beyond looking at all these stakeholders. Okay. And it's only recently that in the US, the top 200 CEOs came together and they said that we will go beyond giving long-term shareholder return. They identified 5 different things. One is generating long-term value for shareholders, delivering value to customers, investing in employees, dealing fairly with suppliers, and supporting communities. And today, technology is helping the balance between what we call doing good and making profit. And digital sustainability is going to be the most important thing, which will improve the value that we will do for the society and for future. And this will be the key for businesses. Now, as businesses play their part, what do governments need to do? Okay. Now, governments will have to create what I call the digital spine so that nobody is left behind. Governments can create the digital spine for a country so that people are able to utilize this. Okay. And at the most basic level, an ongoing national effort for digital literacy is very, very important. People need to be literate in the digital space. Okay. A good example of how a government has done this is actually India, and I want to compliment India for doing what it is. Okay. We call an India Stack. India has created an India Stack, which is a interoperable platform which is available for government to consumer services. And we have seen this today. Okay. In COVID, we have seen 350 million plus people are able to get access to free money during this particular time because of the Jan Dhan accounts which has been created. And there are enough ways by which the government has been able to improve the public distribution system because of the India Stack which has been created over the last many years. So this is a very important thing, and enterprises cannot do it. The government has to take a part to do it. Let me take you an example of how a digital stack which the government of India created in fostering citizen services. Okay. For example, in India, a telco onboarded 108 million customers in less than 6 months with an acquisition cost of less than $1 per customer. Whereas the global average is $25. It costs $25 for a new customer to be onboarded. Whereas the Indian government with the new India Stack, which creates what is called, which does automatic KYC, a lot of simplified structures can act, UPI payments, all of that can actually help businesses to succeed very easily. Now, and the government also has to be responsible for data privacy. It is very important that governments are able to provide the cover for data privacy and security so that all of us can have a sustainable future. Now I come to the most important thing, which is all of us, citizens. Okay, all of us must realize that a nation's success is not determined by the government and business alone, but by individuals who has to rise up to the challenges of the society and help build the nation. And it can be any nation. Okay, every country or organizations will have to look at its citizens, especially the youth, who are purpose-driven and motivated, and who have a deep appreciation of social issues and a higher empathy towards society. And that's what I hope all of you are able to, when you graduate. It is very important to make money. It's very important to do all of this, but it's also very important to have a purpose and have a higher empathy towards society. You, as digital citizens or digizens, as I call it, have the responsibility to keep reinventing yourself, and you need to keep reskilling yourself to adapt to the new normal. I always tell that there are three things which are very free, and nobody will blame you for doing this. There are three things which you can do: aspiration, ambition, and attitude. Three important things. Okay, I can aspire to be the next president of the country of US. I can have an ambition which could be giving employment to how many of our people. Okay, or I could have an attitude which is a positive attitude in every meetings, and all of this comes free. Okay, and nobody will charge you anything for this. So all of us must realize that this is something that is free, and we all can adapt it on a day-to-day basis. But we must realize that a nation's success is not decided by how many rich people are created by the nation, but by individuals who rise up to the challenge and help in building our nation. I hope that all of you will rise as pillars of the society and bring our own nations forward. And this extraordinary human and economic crisis has a unique opportunity where we can reboot using digitization, transparency, and prosperity, where I strongly believe sustainability and economics can go together. Thank you very much. I want to wish all of you a very happy Environment Day again. And thank you for listening to me.
Great presentation. Yeah, very wonderful presentation, sir. Very.
Thank you so much, sir, for gracing us with your presence and sharing your valuable experiences. It was indeed inspiring.
Moving on, we were supposed to have another distinguished guest, Sri R. Vikraman, the Director in charge of Human Resource Department at NLC India Limited. However, NLC is installing an oxygen plant and the district collector is there to dedicate the plant. Hence, Sri Vikraman is caught up in that important function and is unable to join us right now. However, he has expressed his sincere intention to join us in the future forum and hope that we shall have Sri R. Vikraman addressing us in the near future. Ardra, you're on mute.
Sorry. Now it's time to release our Synapse magazine, The Impression.
That was the impression. Now, let's welcome our dynamic chairman and the true manager by heart of SYNAPSE 2021, Mr. Prabhat Kumar Das, to propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Nikhila. Thank you for your kind word. Good morning, everyone. The best and beautiful thing in the world cannot be seen or even touched. They must be felt by heart. Thank you is one such prayer among them. I have the pleasant task of delivering vote of thanks to a respected gathering here on the behalf of Department of Management Studies. A very hearty vote of thanks to Professor Gurmeet Singh, Vice Chancellor, Pondicherry University, Professor S. Balakrishnan, Director of Studies, Pondicherry University, Dr. K. Chandrasekhar Rao, Dean, School of Management, Pondicherry University, and our Honorable Chief Guest, Mr. Girish Ramchandran. It was an immense pleasure for us that you joined our event and best owed us by being our guest of honor. Your involvement and interest toward our organization is a great support for us. Your kind word worth a lot. Your step would serve as an initiative, and we want to express our deepest gratitude toward you. An event of this dimension cannot happen overnight. The wheels start rolling months in advance. It requires meticulous planning, execution, and an eye for details. I extend my sincere gratitude to our head of the department, Dr. B. Charumati, and SYNAPSE faculty coordinator, Dr. R. Kasilingam, and Dr. G. Madan Mohan for guiding us. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated faculty members. I want to thank all the student leader, coordinator for dedicating their times, skill, and effort to make the entire event breathe. I extend my thanks to all the volunteers who have been very supportive and hardworking for making this event. I thank all the research scholars, students of second year, as well as first year for the involvement they have shown and the willingness they have expressed to take on the completion of a task beyond their comfort zones. Finally, the wonderful audience who have turned up in such overwhelming number, we thank you for very much for your patience and cooperation. Thank you everyone.
Thank you, Prabhat. Now, I request everyone to raise to the national anthem.
Thank you, Girish.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Girish. Thank you, Professor Balakrishnan, sir. Thank you, Professor Rao.
Thank you very much. See you.
Thank you, all the colleagues.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
who made this grand inauguration possible. Thank you all.
With this, we have kick-started SYNAPSE 2021 in a grand manner. Even in this pandemic, we are very fortunate that we are getting this wonderful opportunity to interact and learn from some of the well-known personalities from the industry. We are sure of getting immensely benefited from the 6 panel discussions to follow. So once again, I remind you all to stay home and stay safe. Also, please do not leave your home unless it is absolutely essential. When going out, always wear 2 masks and maintain a social distance of 2 meters. Also, frequently wash your hands, and when you return home, vaporize your entire body with steam from hot water mixed with garlic, pepper, lemon, and ginger. Never hesitate to vaccinate once your turn comes. So once again, we thank each and every one of you for sparing your valuable time with us. Ending this with a beautiful quote from the movie Pursuit of Happiness. The world is your oyster. It is up to you to find the pulse. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Please join us for finance panel by 3 o'clock. Soluma.
Thank you, everyone.
Everyone, please do join for the finance panel at 3 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rasilingam, and thank you, students. You have done a good job.
Madam, thank you.
We'll meet again at 3 o'clock. Yeah.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Dean sir.
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
Dr.
Director
Madan.
sir.
Several participants have left the meeting period. Several participants have left the meeting period. Need a dash empty document. Red. You all must show everyone button collapsed. Chat with everyone for activity.
Adanji.
Sir.
Okay, so 3 o'clock வந்துருங்க. நல்லா போச்சு சார், நல்லா போச்சு, நல்லா போயிடுச்சு சார். அந்த கடைசியில ஆறுதல் அந்த பேண்டமிக் என்னென்ன பண்ணணும்னு நல்லா சொன்னிச்சு சார்.
Thank you, sir.
ஓகே, ஏற்பாடு தானா?
It was marvelous.
எனக்கு தெரியுமே அவர்தான் இந்த
Very good, very good.
வேலையெல்லாம் அவர்தான் பண்ணுவாரு.
நல்லா இருக்கு சார், வெளியே சொல்றீங்க.
It was very good.
Raghunath sir, thank you sir.
Then you can edit it. Okay.
Okay. Thank you sir. Thank you.
Okay, we'll meet at 3 o'clock, sir. Thank you.
All please come by 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
J. Roger has left the meeting. Send name. 2256. Name. You. Finish up the remains read to you. Name. 22 activities button. Chat with everyone button collapsed.
Nikila.
Several participants. Activities button. 22
Yes, sir.
You. Finish up the
Very good. Good.
several participants. Active shot has left the meeting.
Well done.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Both you have done extremely good job. Extremely very good job. Okay. So it's very presented with a very smiling face and tone and everything is extremely good. Done excellent job. Nice their dress and this one, everything is very very good. Very done. Great job. Okay. So you tell the other friends also to do the same.
Nasi sir. Nasi sir. Nasi sir.
Shahabati has left the meeting.
Nasi sir.
Inform me.
He's having some connectivity problems, sir.
Nasi sir.
You.
Hello.
Name.
I think, is it there?
So he's having some network issues, sir.
2245. Name. You.
Anyway, it's okay, Nikila. And after
The next restoration has left the meeting. You have left the management.
and have a
Counted money.
just contact Ashlyn and see how she is. Huh?
Yes, sir.
And do a survey. Okay,
The
ma?
UMC channel is
Right then. Well done. So we will meet by 2:30. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Rahim Nabil Barao message has left the meeting. Finish up the remains. Show the title button. Need a national document. You also show everyone, but chat with everyone. Show you all's document. You all 73 people want show every chat with every activities 2 through 4 blank. You. Finish up show the feed fit, you can pass, you can fatty fit, you can do the grab fit, you can do the grab fit, you can do the blank. Has a living bar. Tons of fit, has a living fit, you can up, double up, fit up, you can do the arbor fit up, you can do the sweetie fit, you can up, you can Ashwin. Fit Ashwin, Sanford, you can up, you can need to say turn off microphone, leave call button, turn off leave call button, enter.
மேடம் நம்ம ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணலாம். 2 மணி ஆயிடுச்சுன்னா 3 மணி ஆயிடுச்சுன்னா கரெக்டா?
Yeah, we have 7 more minutes. Whether other panelists have joined, sir? Mr. Ravi and Mr.
They will come,
Balasubramanian.
madam. They will come, madam. They will come.
Okay.
They are said they will come. Called half an hour before. They will come, madam.
Felix and Carl has left the meeting.
அந்த பாலசுப்ரமணியன் சார் இருக்காரே,
Join, na?
பாலசுப்ரமணியன் சார் தான் இருக்கு. பாலசுப்ரமணியன் சார், சார் பாலசுப்ரமணியன் சார்.
Yeah, sir has joined.
இதெல்லாம் காட்ட மாட்டேங்குது சார்.
The algorithm said there's a chat going over Mr. Furious. That was in Romanian.
Yeah, good afternoon all.
Good afternoon, sir. Welcome, sir. Mr. Ravi Batmanaban is yet to join, sir. There is one Ravi North. Is that
அவர் வந்து பத்மநாபன். பத்மநாபன் சார். Madam, he is joining, so we can start, madam.
okay?
So Arundhati, you can start, Arundhati.
Okay, sir. Yeah.
Tech team, you can proceed.
Okay, sir. A very good evening to our honorable panelists, respected faculty members, and dear students present here. It gives us immense pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of our DMS family to the finance panel on the first day of our flagship event, SYNAPSE 2021. The Department of Management Studies conducts an industry interface program, SYNAPSE, exclusively for the MBA students of Pondicherry University, where CEOs, entrepreneurs, leaders, and corporate people are invited to speak on management ideas and events, share their views, and have significant interaction with the students to bridge the gap between academics and industrial practice. This event has been conducted by the DMS since 1992 to groom the aspirations and ideas of the students. I am Arundhati Pramod, a first-year MBA student, taking immense pleasure in welcoming you all to today's event. We are very fortunate that the pioneers of various leading industries have spared some of their valuable time to spend with us and enlighten us with their invaluable ideas and knowledge. We are looking forward to having an active panel discussion with the panelists and the moderator, each having extensive experience in their respective fields and expertise on the theme of the panel. The theme for the finance panel is recommencing finance for a digital world. The business landscape is being transformed by a series of megatrends, of which digital technology is already proving to be the most pervasive and potentially disruptive. Finance teams will have to rethink their role and relevance within this new landscape, both in how they serve the business and in how they design their operations. This point of view outlines a framework for analyzing and understanding the changing role of finance in the digital economy. To discuss this theme, we have our distinguished panelists here with us today. Therefore, without wasting any further time, let me introduce the panel members. Our first panelist for this session is Mr. Vishwanathan, a chartered accountant and president of Delphi TBS. Having 7 years of experience in finance and business planning, he is a certified information systems auditor and bachelor in general law, and subsequently served as the country managing director in Visteon, India. He has served on the national executive committees of various chambers of commerce, including the American Chamber of Commerce and the Capital Goods Committee of CII. He is currently on the National Executive Committee of the Automotive Component Manufacturers Association. He is also a member of the governing board of the Automotive Research Association of India. He has been nominated on several government committees and panels. On behalf of DMS fraternity, with all due respect, we welcome you, sir. Our next panelist for this session is Mr. Ajayan Kavungal Anath, Managing Partner of Vriddhi Consulting and Training Services. He was a retired Assistant General Manager at Punjab National Bank. He was associated as Senior Mentor with Kerala Startup Mission and Kerala Development and Innovation Strategy Council. He was the immediate past president of the Calicut Management Association. Having 38 years of banking experience, he is a certified bank trainer who is skilled in project finance and monitoring, loan syndication, and corporate credit. He has won various awards from the bank, including the Best Branch Awards, Best Employee of the Bank Award. During his tenure as president of Calicut Management Association, they received the Best Local Management Association Award, runner-up in 2017-18 and winner in 2018-19 from All India Management Association. On behalf of DMS fraternity, with all due respect, we welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Arindhu. Thank you all.
Next, we are pleased to have among us today Mr. Ravi Padmanabhan, wealth creation expert and trainer and speaker on personal finance. Having 20 years of experience in the field of finance, he is an associate financial planner from Financial Planning Standard Board India, and he is currently an independent consultant and founder of artofwiseinvesting.com. He conducts workshops on financial education, and he empowers people to manage money wisely, save more money, and invest it smartly. He was featured in several investors awareness programs across Tamil Nadu, organized by National Stock Exchange, Bombay Stock Exchange, and SEBI. He is a guest speaker in business channels for topics on personal finance and investing, and for over 40 episodes with NDTV Hindu for their weekly talk shows on personal finance. He has been awarded Magnificent Man Choice Award for Wealth Management by Australia India Academy in 2016. On behalf of the DMS fraternity, with all due respect, we welcome you, sir.
Thank you, everyone.
Next, we have with us today Mr. Vasant Raj, Managing Director and Asset Management Head of Balbec Capital LP, Europe. He is a senior finance executive with over 25 years of practice in financial services, with diverse experience from setting up a startup to managing established multinational bank team across multiple countries. He worked as Chief Operating Officer at CPAL Hellas Financial Services in Athens and as Director of Retail Sales Head at Intesa Sanpaolo Budapest and Vice President at Global Transaction Services of Citigroup London. He is specialized in portfolio management, financial operations, execution, sales, and channels management. On behalf of the DMS fraternity, with all due respect, we welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Hi, everyone.
Next, we have with us today Mr. R. Balasubramanian, Chartered Accountant and Cost and Management Accountant and currently Director Operations Finance in Sanmina India Private Limited for the last 10 years. Having 30 years of experience in major Indian corporates, he is specialized in ERP implementation, Indian and the US generally accepted accounting principle compliance, MIS, and cost control audit control compliance. He worked as finance controller in Lafarge Aggregates and Concrete French MNC and as head of finance in Dalmia Cements Limited. And he also worked as finance controller in an overseas assignment and as finance manager in Godrej Sarali in Pondicherry. On behalf of the DMS fraternity, with all due respect, we welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Moving on, to moderate today's finance panel, I warmly welcome Dr. G. Madan Mohan, Assistant Professor of DMS. With over 16 years of teaching experience, his passion is teaching economics and encouraging research among students and scholars in the area of finance. He has a special interest in serving the part of differently able persons, and he is deeply associated with the Higher Education for Special Needs Enabling Unit. Now, I request Sir to take over the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Aradhari.
I also take this opportunity to welcome all the panelists for our event. As HOD, I have great pleasure in welcoming you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Most respected head of the department, my dear friend Officer, and the distinguished panelists. We have 5 of them, very distinguished panelists, and of course my dear students. Good afternoon to all, and welcome to this panel discussion on finance. The theme is how the finance function has evolved during the past, with special reference to the digital world. We all know that WTO got through the TRIMS agreement, the trade-related investment measures, where all the factors of production, which includes capital, can be moving freely among different countries without any frontiers. Ever since that happened, Indian companies can invest abroad, and they can also mobilize finance from abroad. So drastic change has taken place, and since then, a lot of mergers and acquisitions and joint ventures have taken place in India and outside India. So under such circumstances, we can say that the role of finance has evolved drastically, and we all have heard of controlling cost minimization, and profit maximization as the important objectives of finance. Now that has changed dramatically, and now we are concentrating on wealth maximization of shareholders, how the value of firms can be maximized. So there is a paradigm shift in the role of finance, in the functions of finance, and it becomes very interesting to just have a thought and have a deliberation on the functions of finance, the challenges which finance managers will be facing in the future, and of course the opportunities available with our finance managers. And as Arundhati has introduced all the 5 panel members, I am very sure that the next 2 hours or so will be a real feast of knowledge for us. With that, I am now inviting our first speaker, Mr. Vishwanathan, to honor us with his wisdom. Sir, please.
Good afternoon, distinguished professors and faculty members of the Bondi University Business School, illustrious fellow panel members, and the future of India. You know what I mean when I say the future of India. It's all you students, because you represent the future of India, and you are the people who are going to make India great in the coming years. So I'd like to first start off by thanking the university for inviting me to be on this panel, and very pleased and privileged to be on this panel. I see I'm probably the odd person out here because the others are either on the business side of finance or the finance side of business. Whereas I've probably moved out of finance for quite a while and focused more on the business side. So let me start by sharing my presentation. Just give me a second. Are you able to see my presentation?
Yeah, visible, sir. It is visible, sir.
Okay. So this is what I propose to cover in the remaining slides. I have about 10 slides, and including this one. So it's 9 different points that I'd like to cover. First of all, start with the different roles of the finance function, which basically falls under 3 broad buckets. One being the traditional controllership role, another being the specialist finance role, and the third bucket being the business partnership role. Then I have a slide which talks about what is changing in the business environment and how that's impacting the finance role. And then specifically, I have one covering the traditional controllership role, how that's changing and how that will get redefined. Then I have a slide on the changing landscape on the specialist finance roles. And so if all this is changing so dramatically, and the time that the finance team now has to play on this traditional controllership role and the specialist role is going to come down, primarily because of all the digital transformation that's happening, then the question is what happens to the finance role? So I have a slide on that. And then how is the business partnership role impacted? So that's another slide. Then new opportunities to expand the business partnership role. And finally, I'll end with a slide on preparing for the changing role. So these are the 3 buckets on the capturing the different roles of the finance function. So you have, starting with the basic execution of financial transactions, scorekeeping, the monthly, yearly close and audit, reporting, budgetary control, payment gatekeeping, all that has been familiar to the finance team and something that over the ages the finance team has been undertaking. Then you have the 3 specialist finance functions which relate to tax, treasury, and risk management. And then the final bucket on business partnership, which covers the financial analysis of operations, the strategic analysis, rendering decision support to the business, then driving cost reduction initiatives, helping with the pricing, then supporting commercial discussions, and finally building business acumen across the organization. So if I were to look at what's changing in the business environment, you have, first of all, the top 3 items, which basically is about this digital transformation that's happening. And it's not that it's something happening in the future. The future is already here. It's happening as we speak. So you have the development of analytics, business intelligence, a lot of tools available today. And you see cost of computing coming down year after year. And at the same time, connectivity, the tools for connectivity, improving, enhancing year after year. Then you have these new technology tools in terms of whether it's robotic process accounting, blockchain, artificial intelligence, IoT, which is the foundation for all that we call as manufacturing 4.0. Then there's a big shift that's happening in accounting standards. Accounting standards have traditionally been rule-based. They have now shifted through the Ind AS to principle-based accounting standards. And clearly, one thing that's changing is the pace of change itself. In businesses across the world, the pace of transformation in everything that you can think of is much faster. The acceleration, the change has always been happening, but what we are now seeing is change happening at an even more accelerated pace. You also have a choice of several transaction service providers to whom various things can be outsourced. Again, made possible through tools of digital technology. Then emergence of new business models, several business models that we see through all the startups, and I do hope some of the students who are attending today will actually take on an entrepreneurial role rather than look for a job in a company. I hope some of you will emerge as startups and unicorns. And then clearly the VUCA environment, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity. I think this is just expanding significantly, and COVID has just taken it one level even higher. And the other thing of interest across businesses is the rise of intangible assets as major determinants of value. You look at all the large market cap companies in the US, most of them, you look at the top 10, probably about 8 of those 10 are relying on intangible assets as the major determinants of value. They don't have much of tangible assets to show. And then you have this so-called, to coin the word, Uberization of resources and assets, where you don't need to own assets to use assets as long as you have access to assets. Of course, Uber itself as a car share concept has taken a step backward in this COVID environment where everybody is moving towards personal transport, but I think that's a temporary thing and this will come back. But then more important, this is a trend that has caught on for all kinds of assets and not just confined to the automotive industry. So here I've tried to again put down what I had listed out under the traditional controllership role, and that's all in black. And what I mentioned in red is what's happening in each of these areas. So if you look at the basic execution of financial transactions, there is this RPA which has taken over in many companies, and it's doing a lot of the reconciliation stuff and freeing up valuable time that was being spent by finance staff on this activity. You have a host of advanced analytics which can sit on the ERP systems in companies, and that can help with scorekeeping and reporting. You can slice and dice information in multiple ways. And we are all used to, over the years, finance people busy with month close, year close, and audit. It's always a red-eye time for the finance staff. However, with the tools available today, you can move more and more towards a perpetual close rather than a periodical close. There are several companies. This whole trend was started and popularized by Intel Corporation many years back, where they talked about a virtual close. That is, any time at the press of a button, they can close the books and arrive at an income statement for a period up to that particular second, as well as a balance sheet. So all the provisioning, everything could be generated by the system itself. And then the other role in terms of payment gatekeeping, working capital management, you have rule-based decision-making software which can handle this, ensure receivables control, inventory control, and servicing employee requests and queries. We're all talking today about ease of doing business. Same way, finance teams looking at it from a service perspective within an organization are now talking of ease of use, and this is being facilitated through chatbots. Budgetary control, again, can be handled to a great extent by decision-making software. However, I see more and more companies going to the realization that, they can move from less budget management to budgetless management. What I mean by less budget management is, we are all used to budgets. Last year you spent so much, this year you spend so much less. If you had 1.8% scrap, this year you'll have 1.7% scrap. If your cost of power was 3% last year, this year it has to be 2.9%. That kind of lower budget expectations being set by the management. From that, companies have realized that budgets are actually limiting people from achieving more, because the objective becomes only to achieve the budget. So there are companies today moving to budgetless management and say, just improve as much as you can. Maximize the improvement instead of limiting the improvement to the budget levels. Internal control, another core traditional controllership role. We now have advanced computerized tools which again can sit on the ERP system and then flag exceptions. So you're shifting from an era of corrective controls to more of preventive and detective controls. So you can actually prevent something from happening. And policy approvals, compliance, custodian role again can be largely automated, with intervention being limited to exception management. Accounting policies, as I mentioned in the previous slide already, the shift through Ind AS harmonization with the global accounting standards is already seeing that shift in many of the accounting standards from rule-based standards to principle-based standards. Now that obviously means that's one area where the finance team will now have to spend more time, use some judgment, use a lot of knowledge into that activity to ensure they come up with the right principle-based accounting policies. So what does this mean for the traditional controllership role? Four things broadly. First, transaction processing, scorekeeping, reporting, which today takes up a lot of time of the finance staff, can be fully automated. Most controls can be automated, exercised through rule-driven procedures. So it generates early warning signals, and only those need to be focused on. As a consequence, large proportion of the time that was spent by finance team on this traditional controllership role now can get freed up. So the traditional controllership role, that means, can be limited to exception management, policy judgments, recommending actions based on data insight, and then focusing on data dissemination on a real-time, visual, interactive, customized, and predictive perspective. So what happens to the specialist roles, the three specialist roles of tax, treasury, and risk management? Taxation, as we already see, both on direct and indirect taxes, is being handled mostly, more and more. It's been introduced last year, although there are a lot of glitches. This is being handled increasingly through faceless assessment. And there is enough support that you can draw from various analytical tax legal software to get advice on legal framework and case laws relating to past tax judgments, made available in a very ready to use form. So again, that significantly brings down the burden on finance professionals to keep up with latest provisions and judgments. Now, what happens on the treasury side? On the treasury side, there are two things broadly. One is the forex management side, and that companies have realized that they need to have very clear hedging strategies framed up. Some are more complex, some are very basic and simple. Now, these hedging strategies again can be converted into algorithms, and so the decision making can be automated. We are also seeing that digitization beginning to facilitate more disintermediation of funding. RBI has already notified for MSMEs a digital platform where you can ask for bids for new loans. So again, that simplifies raising funds. The finance role from Treasury perspective, therefore, will be more focused on tapping into competitive funding sources and appropriately investing surplus funds. Risk management, traditionally, we always used to look at risk management in a finance framework more from taking insurance covers. What we are now beginning to see is the finance role is now becoming more proactive in minimizing business risks, looking at how risks can be passed on. And more important, taking judgment calls about what risks to take and how do you take those risks, how much of risks do you take, defining your risk appetite and drawing limits around that. And at the same time, realizing that not taking any risk is the biggest risk of all. So without risks, there's no opportunities. So balancing risks and opportunities becomes an important finance role. So what I'm trying to say here through this slide is not that these three specialist roles are going to get undermined, but the quantum of work that goes into that, the quantity will come down because of automation of some of these things, but the qualitative aspect will actually get enhanced. So with these two roles, in terms of the time involved coming down, the traditional controllership role, as well as the business specialization role getting substantially reduced from the amount of time that the finance team needs to spend. It means that they can now shift focus more to the business partnership role. Because the obvious question, as you go through these slides up until this slide, you must be wondering, so what is finance going to do? And so the shift will happen more towards the business partnership role. This is where I see it. So this means from a detailed hindsight, that is what was happening until now. The finance team now can focus on deriving greater insight from the data and developing better foresight, becoming more anticipative, becoming more proactive. There will be greater business alignment at the same time without compromising on an independent evaluation of opportunities and risks. Finance, again, can play a very important role as the integrator of systems and processes across functions and businesses. And most important, as we saw in one of the earlier slides, the pace of change is accelerating, which means we all have to become more agile, more quicker to respond, more flexible to respond, and creating more agility both in the finance function and across the organization is something which finance can drive. So coming to the business partnership role itself, How is that impacted? If you look at the financial analysis of operations, today there is a host of non-financial data that's being captured at different levels on power consumption, on maintenance expenditure on tools, on production at the machine, etc. A lot of time being spent, some captured manually, some captured through the systems, but all of this is in a disaggregated form, and there's a lot of time spent reconciling the non-financial and the financial data. There are enough tools available, especially through IoT system, to capture the data online and convert it into financial terms and then represent this in the form of a real-time dashboard. The difference between a dashboard and a scorecard, being scorecard is not dynamic, dashboard is dynamic real-time. And with user accessibility being enabled for different data levels. And from a strategic analysis and decision support perspective, a lot of what-if questions can be answered through the automated tools. And that means finance can now focus more on taking the tough judgment calls and on analysis relating to competitors and value chain. From a cost reduction initiative perspective, this can now be looked at more from the angle of enhancing competitiveness and value creation. So finance is not just looked at as a bean counter, but as a bean creator. And pricing, we've all been used to this concept of cost plus pricing for a number of years. Over the last 10-15 years, this, as market gets more competitive, this has shifted to price-based costing instead of cost-based pricing, price-based costing. And finance has been very actively involved in the pricing decisions. But then today, it's especially in a B2B environment, what's called for and what will become the norm is a scenario-based pricing approach rather than just a single quote with linkages to multiple conditions. Commercial discussion support, I think with all the changes that's happening and the time freed up, this is an area finance can play a bigger role, devoting more time. Risk management, rather than just controlling risks, managing VUCA, and most important, making the organization more resilient to risks. I think that should be the evolving role of finance. Again, from a business acumen perspective, finance focusing on bringing business skills into finance and at the same time imparting finance skills to business. So what's the opportunity to expand the business partnership role? Opportunity to mine big data, identify opportunities for performance improvement, opportunities to drive revenue, and clearly finance can step up external stakeholder interactions, and internally they can be the digital champions and also take on more of a strategic leadership role, including M&A opportunities, and of course play an integrative role connecting data, people, process, and business to enhance outcomes. And finally, I would like to see the CFO positioned more and more as a co-pilot to the CEO. I'm not trying to say it already is not there. It is there in some of the companies in case of some individuals, but there is room to expand this to a much larger universe. Now I come to the final slide, which is about preparing for the changing role. So what all this means is a change in work, change in workplace, change in workforce. We already saw In terms of change in work, it's all about focusing on value creating business partnership roles more and more. In terms of changing workplace, COVID has proved that it is possible to effectively do a lot of work working from anywhere. So the virtual tools available today, this whole SYNAPSE program is being conducted virtually. I think if somebody were to suggest this 2 years back, that would have been dismissed outright. But the last 15 months has shown much can be done virtually. So if you look at what has been the biggest driver of this whole digital disruption, as one of these jokes circulating in WhatsApp says, it's COVID. It's not the CEO, it's not some tech professionals, but it's really COVID which has brought about this outcome. Ultimately, from a workforce perspective, we will see leaner finance departments. So the question is, what do you do with the excess finance staff in the traditional roles? They need to be retrained, redeployed to be able to function as better business partners. And the finance team itself will be a mix of regular, contract, gig workers. But through all this transformation, I think what finance needs to keep in mind is to strike a right balance, a golden mean between being a part of the business and being apart from the business. Because while you get closer and closer to the business and be a part of the business as a partner, it is also important to retain an independent perspective that finance has always been known to provide. And that's the speciality that needs to continue to be retained. And finally, the last point, all this digitization is throwing up huge cybersecurity challenges, and that's something to look at. That's all from my end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Krishna sir. And sir has highlighted about the general and specific functions of finance, how it has evolved, and how automation has been used, especially for the discharge of the specific functions, and how it leads to partnership agreements. And sir also talked about the cost-oriented pricing and market-oriented pricing, wherein price determines cost. Earlier it was cost determining price, and now it has become the reverse. The price is determining the cost. And he has also outlined the challenges which finance managers may face and the probable opportunities available. And interestingly, he had a point saying that sometimes the external environment may give us opportunities, may give us lessons. Even though there may be highly proficient CEOs, he has cited the example of COVID, how external environment may drive us towards automation, towards sophistication and digitalization, which will actually enhance the efficiency. I don't know whether we would have had today's inauguration chief guest had we had the SYNAPSE in the physical mode. Not very sure whether Mr. Masadraj from Hungary would have come to our SYNAPSE and we done it in the physical mode. So we are privileged that we are having such people just because we have organized this in a virtual mode. So it's there, advantages are there, and of course automation has really led us a lot of wonders for us. Thank you very much, sir, and we may have a few questions if at all the students have anything to ask. So the Q&A session may follow. Any questions to be asked to Mr. Vishwanathan? Clarifications?
Any question from the student side? Rob, please tell me.
Sir, I have a question. Let me. Okay, Ankur, please carry on. I will take later. You please carry on. Ankur?
Okay.
Good.
Respected sir, it is a very good discussion with you and sir. We really liked it. And so I actually had a question regarding the parameters. So actually you have said that having budget, it really gives a control over the creativity and overall productivity of the persons. So you said that some certain sort of preventive measures can be taken using the new technologies. So my question is that how we can set those parameters, sir? Someone has to do something. Certain things. How can we set those parameters?
Okay, I'm not sure I heard your question fully. Let me make sure I've understood your question. I think your question relates to for budgetary control, how do you set parameters for budget to ensure that these are built into the system for automated control? Is that? See,
yes, sir.
Yeah. See, this will obviously come through multiple experiences. You look at what's there in the industry, what's the industry best practice, and for every element of expenditure. You also look at what is your affordability and then set those parameters. So there's no easy answer to that. It's especially first time when you're doing it, it will require a lot of effort to set those parameters.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, are you referring to a sort of zero-based budgeting? If, when you are saying that the usual budgeting of setting targets based on the past. Instead of that, are you referring to something related to zero-based budgeting?
See, typically zero-based budgeting is done more in terms of the fixed costs, whereas when it comes to all the variable elements of cost, it goes on a year-over-year improvement target. And the reason for fixed costs, a zero base is adopted is because the thinking today is no cost is truly fixed in the long term. No cost should be truly fixed in the long term. So you have to drive it down to optimal levels. Madam, I thought you had a question, madam.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. I am Professor Charumati. Actually, you said CFOs have to be co-pilots of CEOs, right? And now the decisions are taken based on value. That is a transition from cost-based decisions to value-based decisions. Organizations are shifting. And here, what are the new competencies that are expected from CFOs? Because they are new to this digital world altogether, and they have to see that all the interdependencies of people, process, system, data, everything they have to manage, and they have to be very cost effective, and they have to deliver value to the organization. So in that case, do you suggest that CFOs should reskill themselves or new competencies they have to, because our budding managers would be preparing themselves on those lines? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I think that's an excellent question. Traditionally, the training has been more cost focused and less in terms of value creation. First of all, even looking at the revenue model, how do you maximize revenue? Like for instance, Swiggy, if you take Swiggy, now they are actually engaging finance professionals to analyze revenue models and see, come up with ideas on what are the areas of revenue maximization. So what this means is I would say, first of all, the finance people, budding finance professionals, should have a very open mind to understand business from a wider perspective, and especially from the customer side, from the market perspective. They should spend a lot of time understanding the market, understanding what drives value, what is it that the customers see as value. So you may introduce a new feature in a product, which may increase the cost of the product by 10 rupees. But if you have a customer who's willing to pay 20 rupees for that, or even 11 rupees for that, as long as he is willing to pay 1 rupee more than whatever cost, that's a value creation. So it's about a mindset shift. It's not just a new skill set, but it's about a mindset shift that needs to happen from the finance team. But in terms of overall tool sets, if you say, I think I would say all the digital tools that are available, finance professionals should familiarize themselves with that and be able to see how they can extract value from that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
All right, then we'll move on to the next speaker, sir. Thank you, Vishal sir, so much. And of course, after the fifth panelist, we will have a general Q&A session, and I think we can have more questions during that time, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And now I invite our next speaker, Mr. Ajayan, to throw his wisdom on our students. Please, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. At the outset, let me thank Dr. Chandramani, Head of Department of Management Studies, Dr. Madan Mohan, the coordinator, Dr. Kashilingam, faculty coordinator, Arunda, the student coordinator who took the initiative of invite me to this. Thank you, professors, faculty members, future leaders sitting here. Can you hear me? Am I audible to you all?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah, audible.
So, as we discuss this today, we are going through one of the toughest times in our life. We are having the toughest time in our personal life as well as in business. It's a very critical stage that we are going through. Either you have to focus on your business, which is also facing problems. You are also to focus on your personal and your family and people around you, because the big pandemic is attacking you. So it's whether you debate it as a black swan event or a stampeding of black elephant, whoever talks whatever way. But what I have to say is that we are going through a very tough time, and we are staring lots of not happy news both about the individuals as well as the industry also. Today we had the news that 60-year-old Bitco is closing its shop because of the pandemic, that they cannot proceed. Anyhow, this is a tough time. Take care, all of you. And because I thought I'll talk about fintech today, something about fintech. I'm not a technology person. I'm a classical banker, conventional banker who had grown as a conventional banker. So I'll just talk about fintech because the topic has always fascinated me, and I try to follow it. And working with some of the startup ecosystem, I know many youngsters coming up with fintech startups are there. I think they are coming up with very brilliant ideas. And the way the things are moving, I think how the finance and the bank sector is going to shape up, how things are going to change. So I thought I will just talk about something about fintech. I will make a bold attempt to give a brief about it, because I'm not a big speaker or teacher, not a finance professional, being a classical banker. I will take you through the fintech landscape in India today, the challenges and opportunities to the Indian banking system, the fintech banking collaboration that's happening, the fintech MSME collaborations and the fintech agri-techs cooperative sector, what's happening, fintechs and the very interesting collaboration of the fintechs and user experience designers that is totally changing the scenario, and something about fintechs and startups. See, we have seen recently we have seen, in spite of what's happening because of COVID-19, we have seen lots of investments are coming in the fintech world. Yes, there has been a 60% of increase in the fintech investment when you compare what was happening in the last year. And not only that, India is becoming Asia's biggest destination of fintech deals. So that's why I thought I'll talk something about fintech, whatever the little knowledge I know about it. And you have seen 1/3 of the unicorns in India. What we have which exceed 1 billion valuation. Almost 1/3 of them are from basically from fintech. Recently also we have seen many of the fintechs. During the current year also, during the first 4 months, we have seen many new fintechs developed by youngsters, young generation, brilliant youngsters, a combination of the financial professionals and technocrats joining together, or those have a focus on finance, interest on finance, coming on, finding out what the people wants, putting people on the center of the problem, trying to solve their problems. And we have seen during the initial 4 months itself to 2021, we have seen more than six fintechs coming into the unicorn valuation category, which is CRED. We all know the most interesting story of a startup who the Kunal Shah says he wants to reward the trustworthy and creditworthy individuals. That's why when you log on to that, when you make a payment, he gives you 10 rupees. Yeah, digital insurance, Digit Insurance, which is a tech-driven insurance company. You have Grow, which is a wealth management unicorn, which has already gone for, I think, 5th or 7th round of funding, and 5-Star Finance in the NBFC, which is focusing on small and medium business. ChargeBee, which is a subscription billing and revenue management platform that lets you to solve many of the problems of today. And they have also done a Series G funding, which is almost the 8th funding, I would say. And SETA, a cloud-based native neo banking platform for issuance of credit, debit, and prepaid products. So we are seeing lots of investment coming into fintechs. Many of the startups are that turned to unicorn. A large number are from fintech technology, and we have also recently seen lots of fintech companies of late in 2021 becoming fintech unicorns. So I thought surprisingly it's good that we talk about them, these companies, because one thing is that what the experience that you get when you deal with a fintech, the experience that you get when you deal with a Google Pay, Paytm, Payroll, Zerodha, Razorpay, or Pine Labs is beyond imagination, which we had any time even 2 to 3 years before. We never thought, even the traditional banking sector, those who were working the traditional banking sector, those who were doing transaction, never thought of this customer experience 2 to 3 years back. And it is interesting to see that 80% of the customers feel that these fintech companies are taking things forward, and they are more happy with the faster services being provided by these fintech companies. That's what I thought. We'll have some insight into some of the fintech changes that's happening. And we have also seen off late, very recently, that 90% of the share of online retail payments in India is now being done by fintech disruptors. That's PhonePe, Google Pay, Paytm. Think of the situation where the banks at a point of time thought only they can do these retail payments. And today, SBI, HDFC, and ICICI put together, their retail payment has come down to almost 0.06% of the total share. So what is this magic of fintech disruptors that's happening? And now, not only in banking sector, fintech is also partnering with MSMEs and Indian markets to provide them crowdfunding, MSME loans, credit, and other online amenities, which was not earlier there. Seeing all these things, you can also see the regulator, RBI has also come up with regulations, and they are also put up an interregulatory working group to look into the report, look into and report on the gallery aspects of fintech. So the scenario is totally changing. It's a very vibrant, very fast changing scenario in India. Now let us look into what is actually this fintech. What is this what is this magic now? There are basically, as you know, only two elements that are joining together, which is finance and technology. What they do is that they improve the delivery of financial services, which was the original role of any finance, but they also now support the better management of their finance. In simple terms, it is a technology-enabled and leveraged financial solution that's being provided. See, it all started as a computer technology applied to the back office of banks. It was initially, we also thought that fintech is just something of banking technology. But it has now evolved into a broad variety of technological interventions into personal and commercial finance. So that's how it has totally evolved. And in fact, it is totally changing the future of financial services. Traditional banks and financial services are finding it difficult to adapt to the changes, not that because they don't know the muscle power of cash, but they find it difficult to adapt to the technology innovations being done by the fintech companies. Now, one of the most interesting aspects is that there was a time when everybody talked about competition. Even banks talked about competition, how to compete. Anybody on the same line who is doing the same thing is a competition. How do you make that competition? How you win that competition? Now that word has gone away. Now banks are thinking about collaboration. They are trying to collaborate with fintech companies, and they are radically transforming the financial landscape, sweeping aside the centuries or traditions which we had, and they are giving experience and enjoy the financial transactions that we do. It is not just taking money and paying it, taking it. You see the experience that you get doing the transaction, the easiness on which you pay through Google, you pay your credit cards through credit, and so the kind of experience and the enjoyment you get doing that transaction is totally different, which was not there earlier. The most important thing is that they have put the power in the hands of the consumers. And this is for the first time which the banking sector was not able to do. So banks were slightly hesitant to embrace such changes. New banking technology, they had the monopoly, they thought they had the monopoly. So they were slightly hesitant to make the changes. And slowly we saw that the online banking that came up with the banking reforms, that totally changed the how we perceive the banking services. It was in 2014, I think I read the book by Brett King, mentioned in which it was Bank 03.03. He was telling that why banking, the way the banking is no longer somewhere you go, but it is something that you do. So banking got a new definition. It is something that you do. You do something at home, you do something at traveling, when you do something. So this is the one change that happened because of online banking. So this is exactly the point where the transformation also happened, because the fintech started to secure clients better than banks with a suitable and efficient online strategies using this online banking, online technologies. So if you track the history of, I'll just give you a small, how it all I'll just try to track, because many of students are also there. I'll try to give you some history on how this totally happened. Maybe people say, we can say it as Fintech 1 when it started in 1860. Then actually the globalization and the traditional financial services happened in 1960. They generally call us Fintech 2. And it was in 2008 when the global crisis happened, when the dominance of financial institutions was taken over by technology-driven startups in various areas that happened, in various areas like finance and investment, financial operations and risk management, payment and infrastructure, data security, and consumer interface. This is where in 2008, 2008, in continuation of the global crisis, the fintech 3 took up. So happened. So at that point of time, many young financial professionals teamed up with IT professionals. This is a interesting thing that has happened. Financial professionals turned up with IT professionals and started creating fintech startups. And the most important thing, what they did, they started solving people's problems instead of banking problems. So when you all thought about computerization, it was all solving, making your home back office ready, your systems ready, and fintech started solving people's problem, which people never thought there was such a problem existing itself. They started showing there's a problem like this, we are going to solve this. And that's how the transformation happened. Absolutely a new approach of mindset with 100% user-centric move that happened, which fueled the fintech. So not only that, when you take beyond that, in India, the canvas become more wide open. That things that supported as the digitally savvy young population we have, more mobile penetrations. We had a fast-growing middle class who were ready for their mobile technology adoption and mobile devices. We had inefficient traditional capital markets. We were living with that. Some inefficient traditional capital markets and financial institutions. We were happy with that because whatever they give is the best to us. We had a shortage of banking infrastructure in the rural areas. There was no current access to financial services at all to a large segment. Now, at that point of time, with these changes, a dynamic private sector started playing the game, and they became hungry for new opportunities. So then these changes happened, big character changes also. There was a behavioral predisposition to convenience over trust. This also paved a way that the way you pay through Google Pay, you see, it's the convenience that you're more concerned about it, the how you do it. So there's a behavioral predisposition that has happened. So this is how how it was fintech was further fueled, how it was again the canvas was made wide open. Now we come to fintech 4. This is time where we are playing when we are at this point of time when we are talking, as the previous respected speaker has been telling, the dominance of technology startups, the dominance of young technology startups using blockchain, cryptocurrency, artificial intelligence, digital banking, digital lending, and crowdfunding has totally changed the scenario. Now, blockchain has become almost the backbone of the fintech now. So with that, they not only disrupt the market, it also changing the established business models. That's a big change. That change is slowly happening because many of the layers are going out because of fintech interventions. And fintechs put the customers at the center of the business process. They develop innovative products to solve customer problems with the traditional banks failed to do. And they started giving unparalleled user experience to the customers. So what has happened? Such a fintech disruption in the banking sector, it brought such a big disruption and creative disruption also. We started seeing banks collaborating with fintechs, young startups, joining hand to hand because to grow together. So this developed better finance management tools, mobile payments, crowdfunding. We are all seeing this, and there are three more reasons which supported this move. Is the lowering of the cost, ease of using, and the faster services. The amazing contribution of the fintech design. We are seeing another important thing is amazing combination of fintech and the user experience design is now. Because the cred when you use, it is not only the fintech technology and fintech that's happening there. The user experience that you are doing, the ease of doing those transactions, the ease of operating that, the ease of when you use Google Pay, the ease of doing that. You look through any of the earlier stages of banking sector, when you have to go through the banking website or something, it's totally complex. You have to do lots of checking whether it is here, there, and it's different from different banks to bank. Searching is different, transactions become different. To be very frank with you, I used to be very happy when I used to make my Citibank credit card payments through their site. Now I never go to their site. Within 2 seconds I do it through TED, because it is where the amazing combination of fintech has, with US experienced designers, has disrupted the banking traditional banking experience, actually, where the unparalleled experience the your customers started getting out of it. Other elements that fuel the process is that you can see now the regulator's role. When such things are happening, see, there's a huge demand side push from the customer side that we want this, because they are exposed to lots of better things happening, better way of doing transaction, better way of experiencing a transaction. When there's a huge demand pull, the regulator cannot sit alone. He started, even the government of India and Reserve Bank of India started moving in tandem to adapt to these changes. Prepaid instruments, universal payment interface, Aadhaar, the launch of BEAM, Pradhan Mantri Yojana, financial inclusion programs, all these things have driven and the financial inclusion has driven the payment and the technology adoption very fast, and also fueled and supported the fintech growth. And in fintech also supported all these things for the government to implement. So here we also see a big relationship of the regulator moving along with the technology progress. But maybe there will be some shortfalls, but I would say still it never used to happen before. The regulators always used to be very slow in adapting to these changes of bringing rules for that. And RBI has now allowed banks cash withdrawals from digital wallets and prepaid cards. Non-banking payment system operating, they can start using RTGS and NEFT. Mobile wallets can now, the limit has increased to 2 lakhs. So, so it's more that your mobile wallet becomes more of a bank with a balance of 2 lakhs. So now I'm going to another important point. RBI has realized that it's tech startups who can innovate and do an important role in the space of offline payments. And they are very clear that they can push digital transaction areas where even the internet connectivity is weak. Basically it is or absent. It has announced the names of recently they have announced name of 4 fintech startups selected for digital payment under the regulatory sandbox initiative. So fintechs have shown what are the changes happening. The banking sector has also started collaborating with them, and with the technology capability of the fintechs and the many startups that coming up, even the regulators also have started coming up. And if you happen to read a recent article in RBI Bulletin, number 20, you can see that the force of creative disruption, RBI report, it says that fintech has the potential to fundamentally transform the financial landscape, provide consumers with a greater variety of financial products at very competitive price, and help financial institutions become more efficient. That's very important. It says that it can help the financial institutions become more efficient, because it very clearly says that it's going to be the fintech companies that is going to change rapidly and going to fuel this change. Okay, now with the fintech also, we are going to say that I feel that there's going to be initial the fintechs which if you look at it, which initially started the digitalization help to the banking sector, has evolved, and it is outgrowing the traditional banking. It is at this point of time a beautiful combination has come of collaboration, because bank is being supported by this technology, and the technology startup who don't have an experience in the banking front get the support of the banking sector. And so the synergy is totally changing the face of the Indian banking as well as the financial segment. And with the marriage of the blockchain and fintech, it is going to be the backbone for all these changes that is going to happen. With blockchain coming up, you can go into witness a era of lots of changes in traditional banking, documentation, international payment, export finance, and the guarantees, trade finance, because it's going to be very interesting scenario tomorrow. When you say that it is being done by the youngsters who have the technology very easy, the capability to pivot from whatever changes happening, their ability to adapt, the ability to collaborate and urge to achieve something is along with this technology capabilities is a big boom for the Indian banking sector as well as the. And now let us see what basically they are trying to do. The best sector, as I discussed earlier, they are coming up with new services, but they cannot give customer experience and user experience decision. They are collaborating with the fintech companies and UX experience designers and experienced designing professionals to create amazing fintech design solution for banks and investment and partnering with by investing and the banks not only partner, many of the banks has kept funds to invest in startups. I've seen many of because I have been working with some of the startups in different areas. I've been seeing how they collaborate with these banks. Some of the banks are already there. They are prepared to invest in these startups, not only partnering with them. So fintechs and insurtech is going to change it, and there's going to be a great change in the overall scenario. We can see precisely banks are integrating their own the fintechs into their ecosystem. More choice of credit sources are there. Proliferation of fintechs could lower the risk in the economy, the economy that is going to face because of the spread of the small loans into various buckets. It's going to make big change. Now, let me come to what we call as MSME and the fintech. See, I have seen many of the fintechs working so closely with the MSME segment. They not only support MSME in crowdfunding, arranging MSME loans, credit, and other on-lending amenities. They also associate with them. They help provide value additions, because the value addition they provide is provide in their taxation, accounting, working capital management, inventory management. This is a big combination, and this is a big support to MSME, because I have seen many of the SMEs which even don't have finance for the second day. They can very easily collaborate with these MSMEs, and they provide solutions which is workable for them. And not only that, the banks also save lots of operational costs when they collaborate with these fintechs which work in the MSME area. Because for a bank, it's a matter of big cost from the cost perspective, because lots of money has to be spent on customer acquisition, the due diligence, the regulatory compliances, risk analysis, and the documentation process, because they all take small loans, and there's not going to be a big rate of interest. So the cost on carrying one customer is very high for a bank. That portion, that burden is being now taken by the MSMEs. I have seen many open. Now you can see the open is now collaborating with not only which is the Asia's first neobank. It is not only collaborating with ICICI Bank, it is collaborating with 18 other banks in as far as funding, managing MSME loans and MSME portfolio. So this digital innovation is happening not for MSME segment also. The fintech is also supporting the MSME, which is really good for the Indian MSME segment, especially the SME segment, which is facing. And we know there are lots of companies like SME Corner, Lending Craft, and Capital Float, which are into this area. And another important aspect of fintech, why fintech, it the rural potential, the reach it can give to the rural population, and it can fuel the rural economy because it can give power to the rural people. This is another area, another important element of a fintech that is good for the country. The penetration is happening. We have seen, if you go to villages, you can see how the people are working, how this fintech in the activities are supporting them there in their business. I've seen many aggregators working in this area are doing wonders for this rural artisans, rural segment. And one important thing also, especially from Kerala, I've seen many of the fintech companies are really creating good platform for the cooperative segment. Cooperative movement is one of the important segments, and in some of the countries, even people learn about cooperation, even their schools, because this is a segment, especially the primary cooperatives, where I've seen many of the fintechs, young fintechs, coming with lots of solutions, which they were not aware at a point of time, because their method of the probing for a solution, probing for a problem, finding a solution, scaling it up to a level is amazing. And we also see that there are lots of fintechs in the agri-tech also, because agri-tech, agri-startups and agri-fintech is a very important aspect, very important player in the market today. There's a lots of agri-tech fintechs in India, like Jai Kisan, which provide low cost and timely financing for agriculture equipment. Farmart, which is also doing that. Samunnadi, an agri fintech startup which works on improving market images for India's smallholder, because we are coming with small holding farmers. So this Samunnadi is a great role for that. So these are some of the areas. So we have seen that not only the banking sector, finance sector, for the SMEs, the fintech is playing a big role for the cooperative movement, the rural development. We have seen in the agri fintech also this is happening, and the latest trend I've seen, many of the youngsters. I've seen recently, last month also, I've been witnessing so many pitching for selection elements. I've seen many of the young brilliant ideas coming up. Okay, they need hand holding, they need of kind of chiseling, everything is there, but still they have fire in them because they have technology with them. They know there's a problem that is to be solved which were not addressed so far. There are lots of loan aggregators that's coming up. There are fintechs who simple products help you make a project report and project monitoring. Also, these are some of the elements. There are fintechs which you can see how the fintechs has made the investments, the way people are investing in shares. How easy, how cumbersome it was, how easy it is now. How easily you can do it in 2 seconds. Not only you do it, they teach us you how to do it. They tell you analysis of they are doing it. Not in a very tough way, but it becomes a smooth. It's more of a storytelling type. You would like to listen to these, see these images, the stories, take decisions. So in investment also, there are lots of fintechs playing very important role. So it's a very, very important segment as far as India is concerned, fintech, and where the startups play very, very important role. Thank you very much. That's very limited presentation from my side. Thank you for very much.
Thank you, Mr. Adil, for that lively presentation. Sir has talked about fintech and the evolution of the concept, right from fintech 1, 2, 3, 4. You're surprised to hear that fintech 1 has started from the 1860s. That is long back. So that's nice to hear. And he has also talked about how fintech is collaborating with banking sector as well as the MSMEs and the cooperative sector to reach the underprivileged, to reach the rural population. Of course, that is our theme of SYNAPSE, how reinvention can enable us to reach the unreached. And he has just elaborated on that. I think he has just touched on that. How technology can also is improving the reach of the financial services, the financial inclusion for that matter. The government's efforts of financial inclusion, how we can using fintech and I suppose the business correspondence model may be a part of this, I think. And let me invite our students to ask for any clarifications or questions.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, tell me.
My name is Prabhat Kumar Das, sir.
Yeah.
So I have a question regarding fintech and banking.
Yeah.
In India, PSU have a large coverage, sir. So
Yeah.
they're found in almost in all the remotest part of the country, and they have very wide and diversified customer base, sir. But if you weight them in terms of fintech advancement, they are far beyond than the private banks, sir. Like talking about ICICI Bank, they have a very established fintech ecosystem for the retail banking, for the corporate banking, and for the MSME also. The type of complex instrument they are dealing with, and the way they automated the entire banking process with the fintech is completely fabulous, sir. Either the private sector banking are making their own fintech ecosystem, or they are getting associated, like what Yes Bank did. But
No.
PSU failed to do that, sir. So I just want to know the reason, like what is wrong with them. Why? Because if we know that, then we can think about the way where we can transmit the benefit of fintech to each and every common man of India.
That is you nailed it. That's exact what's happening, because from my experience also, I know one fintech with whom who generally talk to me. When I was trying to connect them with a public sector bank, I am from a public sector bank. I'm finding no reason for that why it is getting delayed. No time, but at least time is not given for a pitch. Give me 15 minutes to pitch. So it's happening. By that time, one or two banks like Axis Bank, ICICI banks are already on the level of pricing and doing the documentation. You are absolutely right on that. But I will say these things are changing, because unless it is changed, unless they collaborate, it's going to be very difficult. Somebody will take over their position, because you see, it's going to be that. It's not going to be that. It's not going to be that. It's their monopoly can do it, because you have product unless you give a customer experience, you cannot survive. So I think things will change. Because of the change, because still the nationalized banks has to come. State Bank has almost identified some 200 crores or something exclusively for this investment, and they are also tying up with so many banks. I know PNB was also talking to me yesterday about tying up with some fintech on some specific areas. So there are lots of hierarchy roles. You have to put up a note. Higher authority has to go. It has to put a board. Lots of questions will be there. So these financial models also will have to slowly change. Hierarchy models also will change. Definitely, I would say that in the last 1 or 2 years, things have changed a lot. It is good for the country, good for the banking system, good for the fintech, good for the startups. Thank you very much for putting that question.
Sir, I am Professor Charumati, head of the department.
Yeah.
I'm very happy to have connected with you because we have established Pondicherry University Step Up Hub, a Section 8 company to promote innovation and startup. I would definitely request to be a mentor for our startup ventures. I look forward to that. And coming to the topic, as you rightly said, the marriage between the banking and technology was very, very tough. We all know that in 1986, when Dr. Rangarajan committee recommended this computerization, then so many things happened, but the IT infrastructure in public sector banks took a lot of time. So as you said, 1/3 of the unicorns are in fintech, and Niti Aayog has supported a lot of fintech and other startups through Atal Innovation Mission. Yes. And our Pondicherry University also secured Atal Community Innovation Center project. And we are going to execute that project. In that, it is delivering social entrepreneurship through technology. So how technology could be used for social entrepreneurship ideas. So I look forward to collaborate more in future. But coming to the discussion topic, fintechs have really disrupted the financial sector, as you rightly said. And fintechs now are competing with the banks, right? And now my question is, two questions I want to ask, because, there is a war between a lot of fintech companies like Square, which is a retail point of sale system for that is selling sellers, and PayPal, Shopify, all these things are competing, and banks are getting the collateral damage because they are eating up their lending businesses.
Yes, yes.
And the recent Google Square, June 1 it was announced, and one consultant that is Ron Shelvin, he's a senior contributor in fintech, and he has clearly told this Google Square deal really helps independent sellers reach new customers at no additional cost.
Yes, yes.
So they wanted to create an open commerce ecosystem. So in that case, how the banks will compete? And second question is, the blockchain, which is emerging and which is evolving like anything. So the traditional system of banking and the blockchain version of banking. So how long it will take in India? Will blockchain version of banking will compete with the traditional banking system? So these are my two questions. Of course, you have told the answers, but
okay.
educative purpose for our student, collaboration is the key. But you can give your input, sir.
Thank you very much. Very two important questions, because I'm not a technocrat in the first place, but I know that blockchain will change all the scenarios, even your letter of credit, guarantees, and all, because those things have to be done away with. Even in the now itself, many of the banks have already started collaborating with startups in making international payments and all. Things will definitely change. I told you about that article, of the recent article by RBI. You can go through that article. It is in RBI Bulletin November 20. You can see that article. Things are changing because nobody can stop this. This is because when you are not aware of how easy it is, how enjoyable is doing the transaction. You're all standing in big queue and doing lots of things, and now it's not just ATMs or credit cards that's fintech. The fintech is the experience that you get out of the movement, the more payments. So when I make my payments to my vendor in my Google, I don't have again go back to my passbook and check all that. Everything is there, the data is within seconds. So it is all giving a totally different scenario. And so even when things will change, things will change. I just, even now, the runway I cannot be sure, but things are going to change. It's going to see, even when I talk about the youngsters, the brilliance of the youngsters, you see a 30, 20, 25-year-old boy is talking about billions. Can you talk of when started Tatas or Birlas would have started talking, their ventures were talking about billions and crores of rupees. You see, in a small space, they are doing it. Rapido, you think the type of business they are doing, the valuation they have at this point of time. So I won't say it's all success. There are risks are there, the failures are there. There's time we should start celebrating failures. We should start from learn from failures. But I was telling them that we should make. I was talking to a group last week that we should make a presentation of lots of failures and how they came up. So these are important initiatives. I think the banking in inverted commas will change. How the bank structure will be there, that is a big question now. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, sir. If they are not embracing, then they will be out of the market.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yes.
Somebody will teach them how. This is what happened. The fintech showed them a customer. Yes, this is a problem. You are not aware of it. I can solve you like this. This is the experience I can give you. These people were not giving you this for the last 40 or 50 or 100 years. I am giving you this. So this is how it happens.
Thank you, sir.
Any questions from the students?
Sir, we have some questions in the chat box, sir.
Yes, please.
See, still India does not have a regulatory framework for cryptocurrencies as we now already discussions are happening. Let us see things. You cannot stop things. Even Reserve Bank recently has said that you cannot with your customers on crypto. That's very important point. But things are changing. Let's hope things will change, because there are some issues related with these technical issues. But we can wait, because regulator has two roles. He has to take care of the national interest as well as to have a proactive role also. So there will be some limitations on this, but things are changing definitely. What skills do I need to prepare in this fintech era? See, the skill that you require is quite simple. Your ability to observe, your ability to find a problem, identify a problem. There's a problem like this. I can come up with an innovative idea to solve that problem. I can see that there is a market for this solution. There are I can scalable. This your capability to always roam around and find out where there is a solution, which lots of problems are there which you may not. That capability you should be able to develop. With that and technology support, your capability in technology. I won't say you should be a BTech graduate or something, but I would say that the person who is coding most of it, if you take the Rapido also, the person who is behind this is not a highly technology learned person, but the persons who are doing that has the capability to do that. So you should develop that capability. Fintech, definitely it is financial technology. You should be very, very strong based on technology. Without that, and the ability to look around and find problems and find solutions, and you always put the customer in front of the problem should be the customer centric. So what are his problems? It is not the problems of the institution, it's the problems of the solution that you should look for that customer. That's more important. Then you will find solutions. Brilliant ideas will come. Don't hesitate to work on your brilliant ideas. Let it fail. Don't worry about it. Because you have, if you look into Google, you can see more Google failures than Google successes. If you look into Microsoft, you can see more failures of Microsoft than Microsoft successes. You have seen the failure of the big fraud, Ford car, that experts in that, they had a big flop. So don't worry about it. Dare to do it. Dare to take it. Dare to take things forward. That's it.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah.
There are many questions, sir. We will take up. There are many questions. We will take up little later. Yeah, Mother sir.
Or you can even share my number to them. Somebody wants to talk to me later, they can do that also. Okay, thank you.
We will have a discussion in the end.
We will have discussion at the end of the panel.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for that response to this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now let me invite Mr. Ravi Padmanabhan for sharing his thoughts. Please, sir.
Hello.
Padmanabhan, sir.
Yes.
I am Ravi Padmanabhan here. So, welcome all. First, I would like to thank Professor Kasilingam for the opportunity given to address the students, and a very warm welcome to the professors out here and also the other panel members and the students. So, my topic is a little bit off topic from the others, what the other panelists are speaking. I'm going to talk about behavioral finance. Why it is the key to success in the investment. So it's more of a practical aspect of investing, but a little different from the normal aspects of valuations in terms of balance sheets. It's more to do with the behavioral side. So before I go into the topic, I thought I'll just give a small brief background about myself. So I worked with the bank till 2007, and after that I quit my job, and 2007 till now I'm into independent advisory. I do a workshop called Only Profits Investment Workshop. So I've trained more than 10,000 students on investing, public also. I'm a graduate of the Money and You program from the Accelerated Business School. I've been awarded the Magnificent Man Choice Award. So my passion is teaching. I teach sometimes students on aspects of money. I also teach another board game which teaches on financial intelligence. This is a board game called Cash Flow. I'm one of the India's most experienced trainers. I've done more than 500 sessions on this board game because 3 hours of a game can teach you more than what you can learn in three months in an MBA. Because what happens is like games are something which reflect your real life. So some of my mentors I have learned from T. Harbecker, who's the author of the book Secrets of the Millionaire Mind. I'm more of a practical person. I've learned more from practical experience of investing. So I'd like to share some of them today. So let me also, I had an opportunity to meet a professor, one of the great individuals, Mr. Vijay Kedia, who had made more than 500 crores through stock market. So he was a person who was just normal, lower middle class family. Just with 1,000 rupees, he came to Mumbai. He started to analyze companies, invest in the stock market. Today, his net worth is more than 500 crores. So what is behavioral finance? Behavioral finance is the study of the influence of psychology on the behavior of investors. Because numbers are one thing. You will find numbers in terms of, say, like balance sheets, but how people behave, that is very important. So that is meant by behavior. See, if you look at traditional finance, especially in investing, traditional finance has two assumptions. One is that market is rational, investors are rational. That doesn't happen in behavioral finance. And in traditional financial theory, we think that the assumption is that investors have a very good self-control. But when it comes to behavioral finance, the difference is here is that investors are treated as normal because human beings, remember, we are driven by emotions, and emotions are always going not by logics. Emotions are irrational. Second thing is like, as a human being, we always have some limits to our self-control. Be it fear or greed in the markets. I'm going to show you much more in detail in the later slides. But just these are some of the fundamental aspects of behavioral finance. Investors are influenced by your own biases. I'll explain what exactly is bias. And the next fourth one is like investors make cognitive errors that leads to wrong decisions. So why this happens? Why this sort of a cognitive error happens? So just before going into depth into that, let me share with a case study. I want you all to note down, since we don't have a facility for interaction here, but let me share this one. Let's look at this, a case where you're going to a movie, you're carrying 1,000 rupees with you, you lost 200 rupees on the way. From your place, you're going to the theater, but you lost 200 rupees. You have 800 rupees with you. How many of you will spend 200 rupees to buy the ticket and watch the movie? Assume the cost of the movie ticket is 200. How many of you will spend 200? Just write down your answer. Will you spend 200? Yes. For the first case study, just write down, will you spend 200? Okay. The next one. Let's move on to the next case study. Just make sure that every one of you write down your answers. Just write it down. The second case study, you're going to the theater, but here what is happening is like, instead of cash, you are already purchased the ticket, and the ticket costing 200 rupees, you are losing on the way. So once you reach the theater, you found that you are lost your ticket, you are having the 1,000 rupees with you. Will you spend 200 rupees now to buy a new ticket to watch the movie? So just write down your answer in this case study. So everyone has written down, because here what is happening, instead of losing money, you are losing the ticket, and you go to the theater. Are you going to spend 200 rupees to buy the ticket and watch the movie. So note down your answers. Let's look at the third one. The third one is that your friend has gifted you the ticket. You're not bought the ticket, you are having 1,000 rupees, but the ticket which your friend has gifted, that you have lost it. So once you reach the theater, you're finding that you don't have a ticket. Are you going to spend 200 rupees to buy the ticket to watch the movie? The ticket was given to you free. You lost it on the way. You realize it once you reach the theater. Are you going to spend 200 rupees to buy the new tickets to watch the movie? So in each of the cases, what we have seen is that the loss is 200 rupees. In the first case, you lost 200 rupees. Second case, you lost the ticket worth 200. In the third case, you lost the ticket which your friend has gifted to you, but the loss is still 200. But how many of you are able to see that your decision in all the three cases, for some of you might be different? How many of you are able to see that the decision which you made in 1, 2, 3, all these three cases of loss, certain for some of you, you might decide not to go in for the movie. Some of you might have gone ahead in all the three cases, but there will be definitely a difference for each one. And this is what behavioral finance is all about. So what is the reason? So what happens is, like, whenever we are taking a decision, our mind wants to make the simplest decision. So what we do is, like, we have some mental shortcuts where we rely on certain mental shortcuts that will allow us to act quickly. And that is the reason sometimes it causes an error. So let's look at some of the common reasons or common biases which we call. So let's move on to this. So let's look at this. So this is a plane. This plane, this is actually from the Second World War. The red color dots show where the bullets have actually stuck in the plane. So during the war, this is a plane which has gone out and it has come from the enemy camp. It has survived the camp. So you are able to see that the red color ones are the ones where the enemy has stuck the plane in terms of the bullets. So now where would you add the protection? Where would you add the protection? Most of us will think that yes, the places where the bullets have stuck, this is the place for me to add the protection. But in reality, what happens is, like, remember, the planes which have come back are the ones which has taken a hit here, and it means that these are the places where it is strong. But in reality, there would be some planes which have got lost. So they would have stuck in these places. So actually, in reality, what happens is, like, the places where the bullets are not there are the ones which need to have extra protection. So this is a very different theory, and we call this as survivorship bias. A survivorship bias is a logical error that leads to false conclusions by concentrating on people or things that made it a past or a particular selection process. Today, what is happening is, like, we are looking at businesses. We are able to see businesses like HDFC Bank is there. We are able to see businesses like Facebook. But for every Facebook, there is also a business like MySpace. There is also a business like Orkut, which have collapsed. For HDFC Bank, which has survived, there is also some banks like Global Trust Bank, which has failed. So what is happening is, like, survivorship bias is one problem because we are only looking at businesses which have survived or things which have survived, and we are only taking a conclusion based on that. If you look at the index is having a survivorship bias because index constantly is having only companies which are performing. So this is one of the biases in investing. So how to overcome survivorship bias? Seek the other part of the story that is missing. You have to always find out, for every success, there is also a failure. Start to look at learning from that failures or what are the reasons behind that failure. Next, let's assume that you are searching on YouTube. You are finding something very interesting you want to search on YouTube. You are finding one video which is having 100 views. Another video is having 10,000 views. Both the videos have the same title. Which video will you watch? You're searching on a particular topic on YouTube. You're finding that one video is having 100 views. Another video is also having 10,000 views. Which is the one which you will watch? Most of us will like to go in for the video with 10,000 views. Why is it? Because there is a bias called social proof. Because we tend to think that what majority of the people have already voted for or they have seen, that will be something nice. So this is also happening in the stock market. I will share with you an example of Yes Bank. Yes Bank was around 400 rupees, more than 350 rupees around 2 years back, 2018-19 at time. But are you able to see that after Yes Bank had a deteriorating financials, the NPAs have gone up. You are able to see that retail investors in Yes Bank, they have gone up. See, in 2018, more and more people, retail investors, kept on buying a stock which is a failing company. Because this really happens because they felt that if everyone is buying Yes Bank, someone else is buying Yes Bank, something should be right. So you should be beware of the social proof bias, because what happens in stock markets is that the masses can end up in losses most of them. So you need to be aware that what is majority? Majority need not be the right decision, especially in the stock market. So be very careful of the social proof bias. There is another bias called the sunk cost fallacy. I'll explain what it is. So what is the sunk cost fallacy? This is like I've already made an investment. That investment is making a loss. The most common thing for a investor, especially first-time investors or retail investors, is that they are having the inability to, or the emotional difficulty in selling a loss-making investment. What they will do is like, for them, they will always like to hold on. At one point of time, I want my share to reach this price. I will hold on till then. So this is called a sunk cost fallacy. It is one of the most dangerous trends because most money have been lost in a stock which is having a deteriorating financials, or business from bad it is turning worse. From weak it is going into more and more severe problems. But retail investors, because their cost is anchored, their purchase price is anchored in their mind, they are unable to take this out. So let's take one more example. So this is a game from IPL. So let's look at one team, Chennai Super Kings. They are playing 7 games. 7 games they have won in the row. What will happen to the 8th game? Some of you are saying they can win the 8th game. Some of you might say that they've already won 7 games. Now it might turn into a loss. So what is happening is like we tend to predict the outcome on something called as gambler's fallacy. What is gambler's fallacy? Gambler's fallacy, it means that we think that losses or the profits can only be for a certain period of time or a certain consecutive days or certain, it has to change at one point of time. But we don't have any factual evidence. So we think that, okay, if a stock is going down, how long can it go? From 100, it has gone to 80, 70, 60, 50, 40, 30. We think that it has to reverse some back, but there is no factual evidence. So this is like gambler's fallacy. You are blindly gambling on the price fluctuation or the price. You're predicting that the price might turn around. So this is another dangerous trend in the investment market. So in markets, what happens is like investors with this attitude, they will see that if the Nifty is dropping for 5-6 days consecutively, they think that the next day it will turn positive. Or if the Nifty is continuously going up, they will think that the next day it will turn negative. Their instinct is that this winning streak cannot be on forever. It's like they're thinking that the odds will change. So this happens in the investment. There is another bias called recency bias. So what is the recency bias? Recency bias is like you are weighing short-term trends. What happened in the recent trend more heavily than what has happened in the historical. So currently what is happening in terms of recency bias, you are always looking at the current situation. You are looking at what has happened in the last few months or the last few weeks. Maybe right now we are having a COVID second wave. So what happens is, like, because of recency bias, you are tending to extrapolate. The more weightage is given to recent events rather than what has happened maybe 5 years back or 10 years back. So recency bias is like investors always have short-term memory. They forget what has happened in long run, but they remember their experience of what has happened in the recent few months. That will always be there. For people who are entering the stock market, someone who has entered the stock market after April 2020, for them the recency bias is like they are always looking at the market. Their experience itself is limited, so they are only having a positive experience. And recently, if you're looking at the markets in the last few months, they have been going up. So people who are investing right now, your experience is that you have forgotten the pain of 2020. What happened in the month of February and March 2020 when the COVID, the first lockdown was announced? People who are investing, they've forgotten the pain of, say, seeing their portfolio down 40-50%. They're only seeing the last few months where the market has been going up, and they only look at taking a decision based on the recent events rather than what has happened in the past. So recency bias is that we give more weightage to the recent information because this information is fresh in our mind. The next one is hindsight bias. So hindsight bias is like during that particular event, we are not having an idea of what exactly that event is, but in hindsight, we look at that was the great time. So, for example, in March 2020, when the index was 7,500 levels, at that time, people were not sure that was the right time to invest. Many of them, if you look at the television channels, there was always that the markets will fall down further. But for someone who's looking at the current situation now, if you look back, you might have thought that 2020 March was the ideal time. But if you look at that time, people who are there at that time, there was always fear. But right now we think that that was a great time. That was an opportunity time for us to make a brave decision. So in hindsight bias, what happens is that it makes the past events more obvious at present than while they were actually taking place. During March 2020, COVID was totally uncertain it was an unpredictable event, it was an unknown event. But right now, if you're looking at it, today we have an vaccine, we have a lot of awareness, okay, what exactly it is, how to look at the treatment. So what happens is like an investment decision in March 2020 was very tough. But in hindsight, today it looks like, okay, March 2020 was a great opportunity to have invested heavily and made a huge profit on your investments. The hindsight bias makes us believe that the event was far more predictable than it really was. It is an oversimplification of the events, of the reasons that caused it. So these are some of the biases which I wanted to share with you. And how to succeed in financial markets. How many of you think that logic is one side, emotions is one side? But do you know that in terms of which is more powerful in terms of decision making? Anyone knows which is more powerful? It is emotions. So when it comes to emotions, studies have been shown that emotions are 24 times more powerful than logic. So if you look at logic attributes to 4% of the decision making, and emotions attribute to 96% of the decision making. So that is why what happens in financial markets, people behave logically when markets are normal, when markets are rational. But the moment the markets turn irrational because people are driven by two emotions. One is fear, that is prices going down. Other one is greed, that is the prices going up. So if you understand this, if you can understand the emotions in the market, that is the key for you to be successful. So what are the emotions? These are the different cycles of emotions. If you look at it, as the market is going up, the emotions go up and up. So here from optimism, it goes to an excitement, then it goes to thrill, then it goes to euphoria. Euphoria is actually the peak where you feel that this is it. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity. I need to put all my money into this particular asset. This happened with cryptocurrencies. A lot of people I know, they looked at investing heavily into Bitcoins and everything in the last month, first week of May. But suddenly what happened is like the markets begin to tank. You have anxiety, you have denial, you have fear. So as you see here, the level of fear starts to go up. Here, the greed is the maximum here. Any investment where your greed is the maximum, it is the point of maximum financial risk. People are paying expensive price. But as you see here, fear starts to increase. Then it causes to desperation. Then it becomes panic. Then it becomes capitulation, despondency. So what happens here is like here, people want to just sell. They want to just get out. They don't want to look at the stock price. They want to exit the investment, have the peace of the mind. They are unable to bear the loss on the screen. So people make a irrational exit here. This is the point of maximum financial opportunity. If you are an investor, you have to wait for, this is the greatest time to invest. This happens once in a decade. It happened in 2001 during the World Trade Center collapse. It happened in 2008 during the Lehman Brothers collapse. That was the time when there was panic all around. It happened in 2020 March. I've seen 3 events in my life which I can quote. But these are once in a decade opportunities. If you can understand this market of emotions, if you can handle this, then you will have tremendous success in the stock. So with this, I come to a conclusion. I'm open to take some questions right now.
Okay, your microphone is on, period.
Thank you, sir, and we can have questions. Students?
Keep the yell loud and Cooper has left the meeting.
Good afternoon, sir. So I don't know, before anything, I just want to thank you for all these great insights. It's really like a brainstorming session. I have a situation here, sir. So I think that my doubt will be more clear if you can explain this. Now, I assume that I'm a retail investor and I have 5 data and analysis in my table. The first thing is that the market, the Nifty, the Indian market is in its all-time high. I am not, as a technical analyst, I don't have any historical data. I am very much not confident about my support and resistance, and not very confident about my trend line also, sir. Last week, the second data is the last week RBI shown one red flag, told that it's a bubble in the market. The third data is that the new margin rule by SEBI, 100% margin rule, I think that it will impact the volume. This is my analysis. The fourth thing is that so the new discount trader like the Zerodha, Upstocks, OctaFX, now they are just creating a hype in the market, asking the retail investor who have less finance and knowledge, they don't know about the risk management, position sizing, still they are investing in the market. So they are just pushing in liquidity in the market, not in a rational way. My fifth data is that there is a divergence in the market. So like the business are doing something else, the stock market is doing something else. Analyzing all this data, putting together, I feel like the market needs some correction now. If this is a retail investor point of view, like how a wealth manager like you will analyze the market by taking all these 5 points.
Okay, so it is a very interesting question, Prabhat. So you have asked 5 questions in one question. So let me try to answer it. See, my answer is limited to my experience or what I've understood. Because what happens, first thing you're asked on technical analysis. For technical analysis, you're saying that market is at the all-time high, so you don't have data. I agree on that point, but if you look at technical analysis, I would suggest that you read one book called The Reminiscence of the Stock Market Operator. This is by the greatest trader ever lived. It's called Jesse Livermore. He lived during the Great Depression. He actually made more than $1 billion during the 1929 depression. You have to read his life if you want to understand trading. What happens is like bull markets, remember, new highs for any trading New highs means that the market is becoming more and more bullish. So as a trader, they like markets which are making new highs. I have a very limited understanding of trading, but all I can say is that in trading, anything which is making a new high, it is very, very bullish. Second thing, you have asked about RBI data saying that the market is, RBI has given a warning, we are in a different situation. But understand that Nifty is not the representation of the economy. If you look at the Nifty, Nifty is having 50 stocks across 5 sectors. But what is happening is that these 5 stocks are not an actual representative. If you look at the tourism sector, there is no representation in the Nifty. 38% of Nifty is banking and financials. You don't have agriculture stocks in the Nifty. So you cannot come to a conclusion. The overall in the economy and the Nifty will not have a correlation at all. Because what is happening, the larger companies are making even more better profits. So the Nifty's thing is like it will represent what is the constituents of the earnings of these 50 companies. So it is very tough for you to correlate the general economy and the Nifty. Third thing you have asked about the retail investors. Yes, we can see more and more people are opening demat accounts and they are entering in the market. So that I agree on that point. Yes, it is becoming more and more, I would say, expensive, or it is getting on a level where there is a lot of fear. But what is happening is that the retail investors, their mood is that, when I speak to retail investors, their mood is that the market is at the all-time high. There is a COVID happening. There is a second wave happening. So most of the people are waiting for the markets to come down. So if the mood among the majority of public is that they are feeling bearish, I feel the market has a tendency to surprise everyone. And another thing you have also mentioned that currently, yes, there is a lot of liquidity, but what one needs to understand is that if there is an overall recovery happening when the vaccine comes out, right now the valuations in the market are that markets are discounting, yes, the vaccine will come in, the economic recovery will take place, and they are discounting 2023 earnings. They are thinking that by 2023 things will be normal and things will be good. So right now market is always 6 months or 12 months ahead of what is going to happen. If there is a change in this, then yes, there might be correction. But no one can predict. That is my view.
Thank you, sir.
So thank you, everyone. I don't think any other questions are there.
Sir, one just observation, just I want to make. Actually, this fundamentals versus this behavioral finance analysis. Actually, earlier we were not having any mechanism to collect any kind of this sentiments or behavioral behaviors data relating to behavior. Maybe now the Google Trends is providing social media they are using. So because of that, now the researchers have gone into this behavioral finance area, and now you are saying even the percentage, 96% of the market is predicted by emotions and not by fundamentals. Only 4% is. So is that the data availability or the social media or the digital technology which has made available this behavioral data which has led to this conclusion?
Yeah, so what I want to just clarify is that 96% of our decision is driven by emotions.
Yeah.
So right now what is happening, see, when I started to invest, we could not place orders on the internet. We had to call our broker during the time and we have to place the order. But right now what is happening, data is available in front of our mobile. In our mobile, we can log into Zerodha. So now the chances are that there is an information overload. People are in several WhatsApp groups. People are in several information groups. Information is reaching them immediately. See, the moment demonetization happened, within 10 minutes, people stopped accepting 500 rupees or 1,000 rupee notes because the WhatsApp is so wide reach, the news is reaching. But the danger is that we tend to overreact on that information. Today, people suddenly, if there is one news, there is a panic, people are reacting tremendously in terms of their decision making. So, the information which is available to them, sometimes if you are not analyzing it, you will tend to make a panic action, more of immediate action, knee-jerk reaction, rather than taking a calm approach towards investing. So right now, that is the danger of technology. Sometimes.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ravi sir. It was a presentation on the bias which are prevalent, and you are told that emotions drive the investment decision or trading decision more than logic, which is of course a very surprising but fact. And of course, we'll come back to you once we finish the entire presentations. We have maybe we may have some interesting questions. Thank you, Ravi sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's move on to Mr. Vasant Raj. So, he is going to address us from Hungary, and we are eager to listen to you, sir. Over to you, sir.
The GMC channel, GMC is not needed.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about digital currency. Okay, we touch a different subject, but this is something I'm passionate about, irrespective of what we think. I mean, is it a bubble? Is it? I mean, we don't believe in it. It's too complicated. Mostly, people don't understand it. That's the main thing. Okay, this one. The digital currency is once in a millennium event. What I mean is say that there are very few things in history that has happened that has actually changed the way we do banking. Okay, this could be one of it. This could be the potential. Anyway. So let's dive into it. I mean, we got 20 minutes. It's a big subject to cover in that. We will try to do our best. Okay. Let's start with a story. Okay, from Pondicherry. Okay, a few years back. There's a lovely couple, Avinash and Soumya. Okay, I made this up. There's nobody like that. But anyway, just to make up a story. Second year MBA in Pondicherry University, okay, in DMS. So they're going to the Providence Mall, okay? I mean, probably many of the first year students do not know Providence Mall because they've not been in the university for 1 year now, okay? So that's a new happening place in Pondicherry where people hang out, okay? So let's say the boyfriend and girlfriend, Avinash and Soumya, going to Providence Mall, pick up a shop. They go into the Trends shop, okay? It's a birthday. He wants to buy her something, okay? He takes a credit card supported by his dad, okay? And he pays for it. Everyone is happy. Providence gets their money. Avinash is happy that he's buying his girlfriend Soumya something, okay? But what really is happening? Who is more happier? What's happening in the background? There are at least 7 or 8 parties, okay, who make it happen. Okay? Avinash's bank, the merchant, and the Providence's bank, okay? Master and Visa card, you know. Somebody from the fraud department to check whether things are happening or not, okay? The network through which it goes through. Of course, everybody needs to take a cut, okay? In the pure Avinash, in his ignorant world, thinks yeah, everything's good, nothing is affecting me. But actually, it all comes back to the customer. The charges we pay, late fee, banking fee, everything is because there are so many people in between. Probably it was much easier to go back in history when you had to buy, you just give something and take something back. It's a transaction between 2 people. Nowadays, it's not a transaction between 2 people. It's a transaction between 2 people and 8 people we don't know. And somehow, we have made it, banks are the ones who make the most profit. So if you look at the boxes, I deliberately put the sizes here, the biggest one is the bank. They just guzzle up money for different reasons, okay? And this is coming from me. I've worked in a bank for like 25 years now, okay? So I have the right to say it. It's not like an outsider talking about it. Okay? So can we change this? Can transaction go back to a way it can be done simply? Transaction is between 2 people who want to do good things for each other, instead of having a lot of middlemen. So that's the digital currency story about. That's the story I want to talk to you about. And we will see where it goes, how it goes, but that's the story that's going to change the world. So to tell you the future story, I need to do a flashback. I need to tell you the story of where the money came from, okay? So what is the story of money? Like I said, in our history, Okay, human beings have been living for millions of years. Okay? There's been only 6 or 7 events which has actually changed the way we do banking or the way we handle money. Okay, listed here. I mean, I'm happy to send a presentation around, read it in your time. But if you look at it, yes, bartering system we knew. Okay, then only when after many thousands of years, only in 3000 BC was there a concept they will fix one item as something of an exchange, like a unit of value, what we call now coin or money. They had silver and barley. Then from 3000 BC until 700 BC, like 2400 years it took for the first coins to be printed. Okay, it was in Lydia, in in Western Turkey as we know now. Okay, they had beautiful heads printed on it. I have the picture there of the first coin. So 2400 years before people were convinced that instead of using silver or barley, you can actually print a coin for exchanging value. Okay. In India, I don't know if I wanted to ask this as a question, but it doesn't look like it's a good medium for it. In India, it was 100, 150 years after that. So in India, the first coins came around 600 BC or whatever. So 100. So first it was called as panas. Okay, before the Mauryan Empire. So then we started printing more coins. But anyway, the first coins were there. Then again, the first paper money came 700 plus 1,700 years later. Okay. So 700 BC, we had the first coins. The paper money, of course, we know Chinese invented the paper. So naturally, the paper money also first came from there. That was 1,700 years. Then the first paper money was issued. Okay. Then the first bank, as we know now, was done by the Medici family in Italy. So their concept of bank was, before that, if somebody wanted to borrow money, you had to go to a person and borrow from the wealthy guy who has the money directly from them. Okay? So it is always one-to-one transaction. So they brought up a system of bank where we have a central institution where people with excess money can give there, and people who need money from like businesses can go there to pick up the money. Okay, that was the thing. It was never assumed to be the all-dominant player of everything pretty much today. Okay, like just now in the previous panel member said, if you take a Nifty, whatever, 50% of it is just banking stock. Okay, if you talk about all the in any economy or where the money is flowing or who is becoming richer, it's all the banks and the bankers. Okay, so this was not the initial concept. When Medici thought about a bank, it was purely for transaction purpose to make it easier between two parties. Okay. And then we have the first credit card, which again changed the world. I mean, in terms of how we handle cash and things like that. So this is the flashback on money. If you look at it, it has taken like a couple of years to thousands of years for us to change a system on how we do things. Okay. And the last useful innovation from the banking sector has been the ATM. Okay. After that, there's not been many derivatives and CDCs, but everything has led to some trouble or the other. So the last useful innovation has been the ATM. Other than that, we've been doing the same stuff right from from the 1400, the banks were set up, like 600, 700 years, bankers got more and more dominant, and can we do something about it? Okay. So that raises the question. When we talk about bank and money, what is money? It could be many things. Money is basically a medium of transaction, right? So if you take I don't have money next to me. If you take, finally, the intrinsic value of money is just a paper, right? In that paper, we trust. It's finally about trust. We trust that it can do so many things. We trust that it can buy me some stuff. So there are various definitions. It has to be limited. It has to be uniform, portable, it should be long-lasting, etc. But finally, everything that binds together is a trust that we can do something with the money. Who brings us the trust? One is the people themselves, okay? But more importantly, the government, right? The regulators, because we trust that they will stand behind the money that is being printed in the country. Fair enough. That's what has been happening, okay? Can that be done differently? Can this trust be built without a central institution? Can it be without depending on any particular government or country? In most cases, it works. I'm not denying that. But there have been instances where the government can take your money away. So the deposits we have in the bank, just kept in terms of prices during world wars, or us recently, I mean, in the financial crisis, 2008, 2009, governments in Cyprus and Greece, they could easily dip into the people's money. So though there is a trust, even in the government, it is not as it used to be. Okay? And the trust in bank is an all-time low. I mean, I don't think anybody would confidently say that they trust the banks. Okay, the banks, we've saved them with the taxpayers' money here, I mean, India, all over. Okay, so it's actually, we put the money there, they become fatter, they fail, and again we save them back. Okay, so this concept of trust and the usage of money is what we are trying to question. I mean, the whole population. Can it be done differently? Is there an event that is ripe to happen every 1,000 years? Okay. Yes, there are small things happening. Fintech is coming, they're scratching the surface of banking, what can be changed. They're making it easier, they're making it faster. The fundamentals are still the same, okay? It's not going to replace the banking system. It's not going to replace the way we treat with money, okay? It's going to be a bit quicker, yes. It's going to be a bit faster. But the basic, the foundation, if we need to change, something has to happen. Do we have an answer? Maybe. What is that? Cryptocurrency, okay? Or digital currency. So what's the concept here? I mean, the thing with, I'm happy if people are not bullish about it and things like that. But my issue is, I don't know, 90% of people don't even understand what it is or how does it work. Okay. Do we need to understand completely how it works? You don't need to. Okay. But anyway, I'm going to give it a try in the next 10 minutes to tell you guys what it is about and why I am bullish about it. So cryptocurrency is basically, we are trying to create a monetary system which is completely decentralized. When I mean decentralized, it is not supported by a particular government, particular regulator, particular anybody. Okay. So this is kind of like a democratic version of money. This is supported by, I mean, hundreds of people, thousands of people. Today, for example, so what happens is Bitcoin was generated. Let's start some history here. So Bitcoin was created by a person supposedly known as Satoshi Nakamoto. Okay, I'm talking about Bitcoin here, though cryptocurrency, there are many cryptocurrencies. Bitcoin is the most popular one. So I'll take that as an example. Okay. So even the story of the person is very fascinating. The Satoshi Nakamoto, nobody knows who he is, where is he from, etc. So, I mean, it could be interesting reading into character and a personality, but I will leave it with you guys. So the idea is, there is a currency in the world which is controlled by the people. There is no bank. We do not have a central place where we put the currency. It all exists on internet. As they say, if anything goes on internet, it is there. Okay. The simple concept is, okay, again, another one which is always get confused with is the blockchain, right? I mean, everybody talks about blockchain. Again, I'm not sure how many people understand about it, but so our central idea is, the currency value or who owns how much. Let's say I own 100 Bitcoin. Someone else, who owns how much of Bitcoin is stored across the world as of today. I mean, in the last week when I was reading, there is some 83,000 computers. This will go, let's say 100,000 computers. The same information, the same transaction data, everything is stored in 100,000 computers. Okay? What's the advantage? Why is it decentralized? One, we are not giving the position of power to any single entity, okay, like the bank or whatever we said, a particular government or whatever. Two, everything is online. Okay, even today, if you go, you can check every single transaction that has happened on a Bitcoin in its history. It's not a long history. It started from 2008, 2009. Okay, think about the advantages. Living aside the banks, there is no. I mean, let's assume the utopia. I mean, the nirvana stage where we reach. It's all digital currencies. Okay, there is no corruption because you cannot pay somebody secretly. Paper money, okay, it will be online, that will be recorded, that is there for everybody to see, okay? Or rich guys hiding their money in Swiss banks or any other bank or whatever, that's not possible again, because it's there in 10,000 computers now, I mean 100,000 computers now, it'll be in million computers tomorrow, okay? There is no hiding place, okay? So this is giving the control back to the people, what the money was actually meant for trading between two people, okay? So I want to send money to someone, I just send my Bitcoin as an example to them, okay? There is no middleman. It goes from my computer to their computer, okay? It is trust, right? This is what the underlying thing is. So when we have trust, and when there are 100,000 people monitoring, you cannot lie. You cannot say I have more money than I do. And the technology has improved so much. Yes, it is mind-boggling for us in terms of think, how quickly can it happen? So when I want to do a transaction, all the 100,000 computers now, which is logged on to Bitcoin, gives a kind of an approval, saying that it is okay for the transaction to go ahead. Myself, Vasant, I have got 100 Bitcoins I can spend. Okay. But of course, we all know technology is getting faster and faster. It's mind-boggling to think that everything happens within a few seconds. Okay. So that is the basic idea of cryptocurrency in terms of what is it that we want to do with it. It's okay. Let's go to how does it come about? Okay. So today, when money is printed, of course, the central bank prints the money, they give it to the banks, and that's how it goes into the system. Okay. In Bitcoin, for example, it's a program, right? Written by, when it's open source, it's a royalty free. It is maintained by a society now, though one person created it. Okay. The logic is that every 10 minutes, a batch of Bitcoins is released to the market, which is the internet. When we started, so the graph there shows when they started in 2008, 2009, every 10 minutes, 50 Bitcoins was released. And this pace keeps reducing every 4 years. So it reduced to 25, 12.5. So as I speak now, every 10 minutes, there are 6.25 Bitcoins being released into the market. Okay. So overall to the life cycle, which they expect to end somewhere in 2100, there'll be 21 million Bitcoins, and that's it. So it's a limited commodity. So what happens to the new Bitcoins that come in? Okay, the 50 which started, 25, now 6.25, whatever is it. Of course, it has to be given to someone so that it gets used from there in the market. So the clever logic they've done of how it is, that is whoever, so out of the 100,000 computers I said, I mean, they're called nodes, okay, who maintain the ledgers, okay, of all the transaction, all the entry, okay. So there's always a mathematical problem to solve. So any of these 100,000 computers can solve a mathematical problem. If they solve a mathematical problem, it's getting complicated and complicated. When I say mathematical problem, it's for supercomputers to work it out. It's not a mathematical problem like what is 4 times 5. Of course, you know that. So every time who answers this question, okay, gets a problem right, gets assigned the Bitcoin. Okay? And we are not talking about millions. I'm talking about every 10 minutes now, 6.25 billion. So every time, what has shown so far is more and more people are answering this mathematical problems right, and the money is getting distributed. It's just to create a usage that more people can use it and it can get into the market. Okay. This is what is called mining. I'm going to drop terms here. I'm trying to explain as simple as possible. This is what is called mining. So when they say you are cryptocurrency mining, you are not walking around with your pickaxe trying to dig something out. Okay, it's not hacking. Okay? It's trying to do that mathematical problem. So you're one of the nodes who's helping Bitcoin survive independently. And once every 10 minutes, there's a mathematical problem that you're trying to solve. If you get solved, you get the Bitcoins or whatever. Okay. And then, so what happens in this 10 minutes? There are two things that's happening in the 10 minutes. Bitcoin is being released. You're trying to work out the mathematical problem. Okay. But there are transactions that's happening in this 10 minutes, everybody buying and selling through Bitcoins or whatever. Those are all put together, okay? Put together and a block is created. So all the transactions that happen in the 10 minutes is put together and a block is created. So every 10 minutes, there's a block, another block is attached to it, okay? So that's how the blockchain comes about. So all the 100,000 computers in the world today who support Bitcoin, when they say they work on blockchain, so they'll have every 10 minutes, there's a block of transactions that is put together. So if you go to Bitcoin history, if you want to look at any transaction in the world at any point in time, you can. You just need to know the time. You go, they will open the block for you. You can see what are the transactions that happen there. Okay. So, but is it sustainable? The interesting thing is there's another concept here. Again, it's going to the hard part. So because there are a lot of buzzwords. Okay, so that's what makes it mind-boggling for people to understand, and they do not want to accept anyway. So we talked about blockchain. So in 10 minutes, there are millions of transactions that's going to happen, right? So how do you store that in blocks of 10 minutes in all these computers? Okay, is there enough space for it? There's a logic called hash. Okay, in a 64-character length, you can store any amount of information. You can print a whole Mahabharata in a 64-character logic. Okay, war and peace, name whatever you want. Okay, it's called a hash logic. Okay? So the blocks, so all these computers compress all the transactions that happen within the 10 minutes into a block with this hash logic. Okay, that's what gets printed. The thing is, the guy who solves a mathematical problem out of the 100,000 in that 10 minutes, okay, he is given the right to, his hash is given the right to be the final hash that is attached as a block. Okay, that gets copied to all the 100,000 computers. So the beautiful thing about it is, yeah, you solve a unsolved mathematical problem, okay, which helps in different things. When I mean mathematical problem, it could help in rocket launching, it could help in solving diseases, basics of mathematics, basically. Okay. And the scope for this is much wider. Imagine that later, I mean, if you have problems, the supercomputers can solve problems like treating cancer or whatever it is. Okay, so it can be used for many purposes. So you solve the problem, you get the right to create the final hash for the 10 minutes thing, you create the block, attach it in the blockchain, and you send it to everybody. Okay? Everybody's interconnected. That's how it works. Okay? I'm trying to give you the simplest version. Of course, there are different versions, different complications, who is checking what, etc., etc. That's it. So at any point in time, as of today, like I said, I mean, last week, like 83,000, 100,000 computers. Who has how many bitcoins, okay? Who is using what, which are the transactions, etc. Okay? So it's a love and hate relationship. In terms of, there are people who say this is the thing that is going to change the world, the future, etc., etc., and there are people who absolutely think it's bonkers. Okay? There is no way a thing that is created in thin air is going to survive. Okay? I am more on the angel side. Okay? So, what is it? Like I said, it's decentralized. It's a democratic kind of money. Okay? It's controlled by so many other people. It's global, of course. There's nothing like is it a dollar, euro, rupee, who controls what. Okay? It's peer-to-peer, okay, which is a technology that's of course being picked up and everybody's working on it. Okay? It's secure in terms of, in my eyes, you cannot cheat 100,000 people at the same time. It's cheap because there's no middleman involved, etc. Okay? And on the negative side, yes, there are valid points. I'm not disagreeing. I mean, it's a baby, right? I mean, it's only 20 years old, whatever. I'm talking about history. I'm talking about civilization. It takes about thousands, hundreds of years for us to accept new currency. But the contradictions, mostly the negative feelings, mostly come from people just do not understand. That's it. Okay? So the first thing that needs to happen is everybody needs to be educated on what it is. Okay? Of course, there are a lot of negative things that are going on, but how does it work? So that's why, I mean, students of today, okay, financial, not really financial professionals, people of tomorrow should have a better understanding of how it is going to work. Yes, it is very volatile. I'll come down in a minute. It's complicated, definitely. Okay, it's expensive. There are already too many people in it, but that's why I will not use it. It's like saying, I won't watch Rajinikanth's movie because the theaters are crowded. The theaters are crowded because everybody likes Rajinikanth's movies, and that's why they are going there. So it's exactly like that. I will not use Bitcoin because a lot of people are using it. It's already very expensive. It is expensive because a lot of people are using it. Which is exactly the same. So we need to understand better, and we need to see how we can use it better. Okay. So, though I'm on the angel side, I believe there is a future for it. Okay, it is baby steps. 20 years in mankind's history is nothing. Okay? I was hardly formed in my mother's womb. I'm so small. So, yes, there is an acknowledgement. There are major problems that need to be addressed. Okay? What are the major problems? One is trust. Okay? Yes, this is a currency which hangs in air, right? Which hangs in the internet air. There's nobody standing behind it unless we trust the democratic process of this 100,000 people, which will be a million computers and people tomorrow. That will give us a security. Of course, education. Okay? Can more be done about it? Volatility. So if you look at the top left graph, the yellow graph next to the baby print, okay? You look at the value of the Bitcoin going up and down. The thing is, Bitcoin can be bought and sold in any currency, right? In rupee, in dollars, whatever. So the value of Bitcoin, because it's a limited commodity, like anything that is limited goes up in value, has been raising continuously. Okay? I mean, if you ask me, yeah, there's no logic to it. I think Ravi was saying in the previous panel, some of them were hurt buying the Bitcoin 2 months back, and now it has dropped. Of course, yes. This was not meant. It was not invented as a commodity. Okay, it is not a share. There is no company behind it. So it was not invented to be a commodity. This is all kind of a gambling. People trying to invest think it will only go up. Okay? That was not the basic aim of it. So yes, it has to be addressed. Society has to come together. I mean, we have to address society. How can we address the volatility? If we want to go back to the pure roots of using this as digital currency and not as a commodity, what needs to be done? We don't know the answer, but that's what needs to be discussed, and that's what needs to happen. Okay? And the environmental impact, it's a new thing. It just recently come up in the last year. So again, on the left picture, you see, those are the supercomputers. As Bitcoins have become more and more sexy and more valuable, more powerful companies have started using to, mine the Bitcoin. Okay? So that means the electricity usage is very, very heavy. 100,000 computers going to be million computers. Imagine all the supercomputers just doing this to mine because it's good value. Okay, the electricity usage is going to be. I read recently reports in few years it'll be as bad that could use the Bitcoin world could use as much electricity as a whole country like a Spain. Okay, it's hard to believe, but that's what I read. Okay? So there is an environmental impact because this was created as a utopian way of money exchange with no authority and no control and things like that. But are we creating another problem to the environment, which is very, very important? Are we damaging the future? Yes, it's a problem that's acknowledged, that needs to be worked on and see what needs to happen from there. Okay. But guess what? It's not just, so once Bitcoin started, and it became such a fancy and a sexy idea, everybody's talking about it, okay? Now everybody wants to join the party. So they understand there's a future here. Facebook in 2019 wanted to launch a digital coin, as they called it, called Libra. Okay? Imagine that. Facebook with I don't know how many billions of their users. If they launch something like that, and just as a closed system, that one Facebook user can send money to another Facebook user using Libra, that'll break the banking system. Okay? Of course, the regulators, banks, everybody were against it. They put on a hold to it for now. They kind of, stopped for a few years, I think. But the basic idea is the same. Okay? Of course, here, Facebook will be the controlling entity. I don't know if we want to give more control to an institution which already controls so many other things, our thoughts, our news, and everything else. But anyway, the idea is somebody can do it. Okay? Facebook is a very good example. Now, even the governments have got onto the bandwagon. So China has already launched a digital yuan, okay, with their currency. Okay? The idea there is, of course, then here it does not have the complete democratic thing that the cryptocurrency started with, but what they say, at least within China, they have the control of how the money is spent. One of the things that they're talking about is if you have e-yuan or e-currency with the central bank of any country. So now we have come to the country level from the global level. Let's say each country has got a digital currency. Question raises, what's the role of the retail banks? If it's all digital, there could be a scenario, okay? It's a hypothetical scenario where all the customers like you and me can directly bank with the central bank. Because they can have 1.2 billion accounts if they want to. It's only a computer system. Okay, whoever wants loan can take from them directly. So the e-currency or the digital currency, even if it's at a country level, at the central bank level, we can cut out all the middlemen. There's no need for 8 people to process Avinash's love story with Soumya. Okay? It directly happens at a central bank level if need be. Okay. So China's already launched it. Now, Federal Reserve, recently I heard that they're talking about this year, they already want to talk about studies of a digital dollar. Okay? Europe is talking about the same, whether we want to have a digital euro. Okay? So now what is a global concept as a peer-to-peer global thing as Bitcoin or a cryptocurrency has actually been taken seriously. Okay? It is, even the governments are talking about, still they want to keep the control, okay? But still, at least if it happens, we might reduce the dependency on the banks to a certain extent. Okay? Still, the regulation and authorities are there. Probably that's a happy compromise. Still, we have somebody we trust. like a central bank. The trust on the central banks is usually higher than on the retail banks. Okay, and we can still do the banking as we know. Okay, so this could be a future. What's going to happen? Okay, I don't know. Okay, I'm just giving you lectures here. So I can see my personal views. There are a few things it will turn out. Okay. Like I said, history shows it takes a lot of time. It will take time, definitely. Okay, it may not be in my lifetime. Okay, it may not be in your lifetime. I mean, the students. I mean, but it is picking pace. More and more people are getting to it. Okay, even banks, even wealthy people. I mean, I'm in alternative investments. All my wealthy customers are saying, "I want to invest in Bitcoin." Okay, show me how it is done. Teach me how it is done. So there is a demand. People want to understand more and things like that. Personally, I think we'll take any of the four forms. Okay, it might crash and burn, like with the Segway or the Google glasses, which looks so silly. Okay, it might crash and burn like that in a few years. I don't know, but I'm more optimistic. I think it could be. It might take one of the four forms. It's a currency, okay, which is what it was meant to be. So it will take the form of a proper currency, like an e-currency. Like I said, the government stepping in. One day we might see a digital rupee. Okay, so it could be take of a currency. Or a commodity, which is what it is being used as today, okay, which was not meant to be. So people see it something like a gold. Okay? Like my parents or my parents' parents, if you have spare cash, they never kept it in currency. They immediately bought gold, thinking that will always go up. Okay. So today, Bitcoin is used as a commodity. So they think it's going to keep going up, even though there's nothing behind it. Maybe something will take shape there. Okay, it'll be like a collector's item because there are only going to be 21 million Bitcoins. So whoever has it got value. Okay, or it's a payment protocol. What I mean is, so Bitcoin could be the middleman. So we use all this 100,000 computers and infrastructure that has been built. So I want to send somebody rupee. Okay, I don't go through the banks. I don't go through the MasterCard, Visa. I don't go through the middleman. I convert the infrastructure, converts my rupee into Bitcoin, okay, and then the receiving party converts a Bitcoin into rupee. So it could be a payment protocol. There is an opportunity for that, okay. And last of all, blockchain, okay. That's a fantastic thing. Blockchain basically means decentralized, okay. So all the information we have instead of one ledger in one bank, instead of a rich man storing all his money in Switzerland, okay, it is stored in 10,000 computers. It's decentralized. We have 1,000 ledgers instead of one. Okay, this could be used in other industries. Okay, imagine all the hospitals are connected in the world. Okay, with blockchain technology. Something happens somewhere. Okay, some remote part. Okay, in USA, they found a cure for cancer. They put it in the system. With blockchain technology, all the computers, all the hospitals in the world have that. How cool is that? Okay. So this technology can be used more because now blockchain is primarily used for only finance and finance technologies. It could be for any industry. Okay. So probably Bitcoin and digital currency would be the seed which grows the blockchain infrastructure, which will make this world a much better place. Okay. So what's going to happen? Nobody knows, but definitely this is the future. When I mean future, starting now, it's probably for the next 1,000 years, this is what is going to really change, really revolutionize what we know as digital world. Whatever we were talking about digital world so far, we're just hardly scratching the surface. Okay. Thank you very much for listening. And questions I'm happy to take. I just want to thank two people who gave me insider tips on what I should be putting here. I mean, 3 people. Okay, Dr. Kasi Lingam, thank you very much for some of your ideas. Adra Dilip, first year MBA, also thank you to her. Okay. And Varshini Shanmugam, thank you to you too. Okay. So she told me what's cool in Pondicherry and where you can hang about. The Providence Mall was her idea, not mine. Okay. And some of the ideas were from Varshini and Adra. So thank you very much. Any questions, I'm happy to take.
Thank you very much, Vasant sir.
Varshini's management study set is a check code and user.
Varshini has responded. Thank you, sir. And I think our students may have some questions on.
CDs at the check code recently shut down crypto for financial transactions period. Will the government of India ban Bitcoin and long-share cryptos question? How would you react when the world's richest person like us controlling crypto by his needs? Is a good question.
Yeah.
Sir, in the chat box, there is a question, sir.
One question answer.
Yeah, okay, go on. Well, there's a question here from Abhilash. Recently, China bans crypto from.
Just one question, let him answer, sir. Then we'll go for the next.
Okay. So, how would you get
Management studies has left the meeting.
No, it is not good. I think there's a question from Abhilash saying that government cryptocurrencies and launching their own. Yes, like I said, everybody wants to get on the bandwagon. Okay? And yeah, guys like I mean, I respect Elon Musk. I mean, many of us do, but he should stop tweeting so much. Okay? I mean, because he's being naive in terms of his tweets, in terms of people react to it. I mean, he doesn't realize sometimes how many people follow his tweets, and so it is not good, definitely. In terms of his one tweet can swing the market like that, but it is like that. I mean, again, going back to what Ravi said, it's emotional. They trust somebody whom they think knows about a lot of things. He does, not denying that, and people swing to the tune. So it is definitely not good. And it is definitely not good also to the first part of the question for the governments to ban it. Own currencies. But something will come out. The good thing is discussion is happening. Okay? Everybody's talking about it. Like I said, all the funds, I mean, people I work with, everybody wants an action. Something will come out of it. We will see.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. So we will have the last presentation from our Balasubramanian sir, and then we can go for the general question and answer session. Over to you, Balasubramanian sir.
Balasubramanian sir.
Balasubramanian sir.
Wilson has left the meeting. Background is now replaced. The Guild House has left the meeting. More options button menu collapsed. The Guild House has left the document end. Document end. Document end. The Guild House has left the meeting. Vishnu Prasad has left the meeting. Vishnu Prasad has left the meeting. Background is now replaced. Vishnu Prasad has left the meeting.
Sir, India.
More options button menu.
Sir is presenting, sir. நீங்க மியூட் பண்ணிக்கோங்க சார்.
Hello, are you all able to see my screen?
Yes, sir. It is visible, sir.
Okay, right. So, rather good evening, and let's say I should first thank Professor Kasilingam, and then the department head, Ms. Charmati, and then all the young boys and girls who are there. Okay. The topic I am just going to talk about is basically the digitalization in finance. Okay. So rather the agenda is basically, I think earlier Mr. Vishwanathan, he also elaborated in depth about the transactions, but I am basically looking at it from, because any digitalization drive or anything, it will be always top driven. Any organization or cultural change, everything has to be top driven. We all know that. So from the CFO angle, okay, why it is needed, what it is there, that is what I am going to talk about. Why it is needed, the traditional role of the CFO, what are the key aspects of digitalization, what is the current scenario, what is happening, because some digitalization is taking place in the companies and all, but it is only some. What is the objective really of the global digitalization, and what is the expected role of the CFO in digitalization, and what is the expected benefits, the key issues and the solutions and the conclusion. This is what I am just going to talk about. So, first,
sir, கொஞ்சம் ஸ்லைட் ஷோ போட்டுக்கோங்க சார். ஸ்லைட் ஷோல போட்டுக்கோங்க.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Now it's better? Okay.
Yeah, good sir, good.
Thank you. So, the first thing is, why do we need digitalization? If I just go back from the memory, right from 1991 when I started my career, when Dr. Manmohan Singh, he really went for the liberalization, okay, of India. At that time, it was most of the companies, it was manual accounting. Then from manual accounting, we went into Lotus 2.1, then WordStar, everything. Then we came to Excel worksheets, everything, and then the ERP, everything. So there was some digitalization happening. From there, now we are now talking so much about digitalization. Necessity is the mother of invention, because all along what we were doing, basically it was the transactional processing. Everything was on a standalone basis, and now this standalone basis will not work because there are some businesses which are integrating the systems, due to which we are able to get the real-time information, real-time thing, which helps in strategic planning, decision making, better service to customer, okay, everything. And people really, our customers basically, they do not want to waste time. Okay, so for saving their time and meeting the business requirements and then cost control everything, this digitalization is becoming a must. Okay, rather, so some of the benefits what I said is basically we cannot no more rely on the past. Past is history and future is mystery. Present is real time. That is the situation now. And why all these things is required? If you do not do all these things, you may not be able to survive, because it is like a jungle, the business environment, the competition is tough. It is the survival of the fittest. So if you do not fall in line, either you are there or you are not there. So that is the reason why we need the digitalization. Okay, then we will just talk about the traditional role of CFO. Basically, it is like all the statutory compliances, which I think my predecessor, Mr. Viswanathan, explained in depth. Basically, the tax compliance, excise, sales tax, everything, and all, and then adherence to the gaps, everything. Then naturally, for satisfying the auditors and finance man, the main role is to ensure all the internal controls, everything is in place, commensurate with the business size. Let it be a small company, a medium company, or a big company. He has to ensure that the controls are commensurate with the business of size. And then, we need to ensure all the documentations, basically like the contract, purchase order, invoice, etc., to substantiate the transactions. And the most important role was ensuring the cost control measures are in place, audit requirements, everything is met, and then the integrity of the data. And yeah, we used to spend a lot of time, basically this quarter closing, year-end closing, that was basically a ritual which was there where we were spending a lot of time. And if the audit is completed and we are able to come out successfully, that itself was a great achievement. Normally it will happen between when the year-end closure is on 31st March, means by end May, if we can complete and it is signed out, that was a great thing. So that was the way we are doing. Now, what is the new role? What is expected? Now, in the digitalization, when we are talking about it, what it actually implies is the very basic essence of accounting, which is all the papers, the contracts, purchase order, invoices, everything will completely go away. It is a paperless accounting. Everything will be done through the systems. Rather, there will be an interface between the customer and the supplier. Whenever we want to place a PO, the customer wants, he will send the PO directly to the system. It will be taken. We will say accept. The PO will be accepted, and then based on that, rather there will be interface between the customer ERP and our ERP. This will be interfaced. Then based on the PO, we will have to start delivering the goods. Okay, they also should have a connectivity and all. So to the extent, these POs, again, it will not be a paper PO, which is go. It will be just an interface. From our system, it will interact with the supplier system, where all the normal terms of a PO, like the rate, everything that is fixed. There will be a volume, there is a delivery time, everything in a purchase order. All those things will be there. Okay. Then the management of the data quality. Yeah, that is very, very important for finance people. And really, if you want to do this digitalization at this level, okay, rather we should not look at more of the accuracy. Basically, we have to concentrate on the process. This is precisely will be the challenge for the finance or any department. Rather, you will have to set a process in place whereby the system will be able to seamlessly recognize. If, for example, now there are very systems, they can recognize a commercial invoice, they can recognize even a bill of lading, every entry, everything. What is a price invoice, normal one. then they do the matching and then processing the payment. So all these things are already there, but it is done in partial. For example, for some it will be there, some it will be done manually, some remote processing, everything. But in a proper digitalization, all these things will be there. So there has to be a process automation, and exceptions to the process should be very clearly defined. The exception should be minimal, and then so that is where the success of the digitalization lies. Of course, the uniformity of the system, that is our system, the system what we are having should be compatible with the system of the customer as well as supplier to the extent of integration of the data. That is the more important thing. And then after all these things done, that is the big data analysis. Data, as you know, rather if you look at it, rather 75 to 80% of the data will be redundant, or it may not be really needed for decision making. That need to be processed, and then it has to become like an information, and then we'll have to do that. Okay, and the most important role, what we saw in the CFO role, creation of the transparency and the security. Okay, and the real-time reporting and the cloud computing. Which is basically cloud computing is nothing but we give to us some the data agency, is a third-party agency who is capable of doing everything for a cost. Okay, now what is the current scenario which is happening even in large Indian companies and then the multinational companies? Actually, it is just happening in part. For example, digitalization accounts, okay, what they are doing is basically they want to ensure the uniformity and accuracy of the master data. For example, customer master, supplier master, cost control item means that master, inventory master, financial transaction account code. So all these masters are there. That they first ensure. But the next step is the expansion of the interfaces to cover supplier. That is still, for example, there are very few companies where they have interfaces to connect with every supplier and all the banks. Maybe interface with the bank is there, but to cover suppliers, that is still only under progress. Okay, and they are basically, we aim at improving the quality and the consistency of the data. That appears to be the rather the current trend what is happening. Okay, and so because of this, we have got insufficiently optimized processes due to resource concern. For example, if you look at it, one of the important aspects of finance and accounts is the control. Okay, so when the process is defined everything, what will happen is one of the important control aspects is one person cannot be doing every job. Whereas if we have to define the process in such a way, sometimes they may be rather we may need more people to do the job. That may not be there, because at the end of the day, because of the digitalization optimization, the objective of any businessman is they want to bring the finance team to be very lean thing and more effective, efficient. Okay, and then the majority companies maturity level, that is just average, which I will show in the next slide. Okay, and rather wherever there is an area for cost reduction, that is given top priority than looking at the whole system. But the expectations from finance and auditors are very, very high. That's the reality. See, this is the chart where actually in all the major MNCs, everything. Okay, what is happening is the capability leap. Okay, rather the understanding, the reactive. Okay, some companies are at the capability, it is at pre-digital, it is 30%. Then for the beginners, the siloed digital first 35%. Progressive financial integration, it is just 25%. And advanced finance, rather finance becoming a business partner, that is hardly 10%. And completely converged, at least as of now, it is 1% only, literally, of the companies. And rather, when it is going to happen, whether it can completely become like 2025, 2030, we don't know. But the only thing is, it has to go in that direction, there is no choice. Okay, and what are the areas where currently people are doing? Just like I said, document recognition, okay, direct data processing, payment transfers, yes, we all know there is no need to explain. Then using the artificial intelligence for recognition of the invoices. For example, any material comes and we have to make a payment to the supplier. We know there is a three-way matching that can be done by computer and say accept or reject the payment. Then for we are using the robotics, GL posting in the GL, that is a very, very routine transaction. Okay, we can send to them. They will post for example, if a company has got presence in 100 countries, using the robotics, the data will go from email, everything to them. Everything will be posted immediately in the server. Okay, then payroll processing that is integrated with the finance that we know. Then in some companies, rather in many of the companies, the gate pass for the automated movement of in, out, everything that is all digitalized. And then the approval process. For example, approving of a purchase order, approval of the credit note, approval of a payment, everything. That's all through the system so that there is a documentation and the backup for the thing. Okay. So the objective, as we had seen in the earlier slides, everything, it is integrating of the multiple technologies and strategies, the data integration, the ERP should be digitally ready. Okay. Then the next thing will be the advanced analytic forecasting, everything, paperless accounting, which we saw. Okay, real-time reporting. That is what we are aiming for, the objective of digitization. Now, with all these things, what is the expected role of CFO from the traditional role of CFO, what we saw earlier? Okay, earlier he was basically like a compliance person, cost control, confidentiality of the data, okay, and then rather finance department was like one of the silos of the company. Whereas now he has to be a business partner, he has to be like a co-pilot, co-pilot, that is the option. He needs to understand all the business, okay, and then he has to devise a finance model keeping the business in mind. Okay, he cannot say financially this model is foolproof, but if it is not going to serve the business, no. So he has to design the finance model in line with the business requirement. Rather, it is finance for the business rather than business for the finance. Okay, and he should be a frontline business advisor. For example, what is the trend which is happening in the other companies in similar businesses, in the competitor? If they are already doing something, how we can implement in the finance system, that we need to do. And process implementation, that is more important. We cannot say we want to comply and create a very complicated process, because the process should be simple, easily understandable, and it should help to improve the service level to the customers, which is most important. Okay, and after all these things are done, which many companies have not reached, the next thing will be for improving and the planning and the forecasting tools. Okay, right now there are very few companies which are really doing the forecasting everything to the computers, or okay, but that is something which we need to do. And the business reporting should be real-time one. Gone are the days where the budget for a specific period or periodic reporting, because periodic reporting, it just helps for statutory compliance. Really, it is not for the purpose of management decision making. Even now, we all know that. So it is basically we need to have the real-time data based on which we have to do, and then naturally, as a finance person, he has to still take care of the traditional role, because the mindset, which I think the psychology of the person, which is Ravi Padmanabhan was explaining, that is still means he has to ensure the confidential data security. Okay, so there will be increased focus on the processes. So the moment we define the processes very clearly, which is the most important thing which digitalization requires, and this is where is really the constraint also. Setting up all the processes so that the computer platform or anything can recognize and do. That is the thing. But once these two steps are taken care of, naturally the speed will increase. And the employees who are going to operate in that, in addition to the traditional finance knowledge, they also should have the IT qualification. Okay, rather they must be familiar with the applications, how to do everything, which is not really a very difficult thing they can get. And the range of service will be expanded and hence cost savings. For example, we can always think of what are the tasks which are very easy to digitalize process and we can do inside our team. What are the things which are very complicated that is going to take a lot of time and labor, we can always outsource. So here we know, instead of the same team doing, because the same team may not be expertise in doing all sorts of jobs. So we can always see what are the jobs where we have the expertise and we can do at the cheapest cost we can do. Where we are not very expertise, we cannot do it, we can always outsource. So both ways it helps. So ultimately with all these things, it will help in the reduction in the staffing with better process and controls. Okay, the key issues and solutions at the end of the day. Okay, rather as a CFO, the main role is basically looking at the cost and the risk. Okay, yeah, I can always rather suggest for a very fabulous system, everything and all, but the business should be able to absorb the cost, and business absorbing the cost means my ultimate customer should be willing to pay. Okay, if this is not going to happen, my digitalization is not going to succeed. So again, commensurate with the size of the business. Okay, that's what I said. We have to take cost, and then at the end of the day, risk. Risk, if you look at it, there are two perspectives. I don't want to take a risk, or I want to take extra risk, but we always have to take the calculated risk, because otherwise we are not here. We are not in the business. So we have to calculate and see, we have to take the calculated risk and then do the business, which is very important. Okay. Then implement the digital solutions for corporate department, because finance job really, it involves basically not just digitalization of finance. From the purchase department, it should start, then in the materials department, production department, HR, everybody has to be digitalized. Then it should come to finally finance. That is the way the process should be defined. And all these things really involves a lot of challenges and the involvement of the top management. So that's why if you have to address all these issues, the finance decision managers, they have 4 different roles to play. He has to be a sprinter, because rather it should be continuous acceleration. If we are going to slow down, we are going to take a lot of time. It will involve cost, and people may lose interest. We may not be successful. So you have to be a sprinter. The next thing, he has to be a marathon runner also, because he has to do it continuously for a long time till the complete project is completed. Digital transformation is not just one like an ERP implementation. It is much more complicated than that. Okay. And then the third role, he has to be a coach, guiding staff and the business units. Yeah, how to do it, implement it properly. And then they have to be the umpires, whatever it may be. All the data, everything is secure. Okay, it is transparent. The process, everything is in place. That they have to ensure. Okay. So coming to the conclusion, the digital revolution is basically not just transformation, as we are talking about, but is something very, very essential for the business. It is no longer a choice, as I said, but a business imperative. It is basically a structured approach to meet the challenges and then reap the rewards. It cannot be done rather in a short time or way. Okay, it helps in definitely optimizing cost and cost control, because without the everything. And the most important thing is, for all the CFOs, whoever it may be, they have to either adapt to the change or they have to plan for the retirement, because it's a necessity. If you are not capable of doing it, they will bring person who will be capable of doing it. That's it. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, sir. Yeah, it's time for the, so sir has enlightened us about digitalization and the emerging role of CFO and the challenges. I think now we can take questions, whatever questions are there in the chat box. Shall we, are the students willing to raise the questions? Whoever wants to raise a question can unmute yourself.
Sir, now question to entire panel or only question to sir?
Sir?
Question to panel or sir?
First to sir.
Okay.
Usual first sir and then we will go to the general.
Okay.
First sir, 1 or 2 questions. As usual, sir, in case the students have any questions for sir. Otherwise, we will move on to the general Q&A. Shall we move on to the general Q&A, sir?
Yes, sir.
Right. You all 97 people on the stage.
Okay. So, students who wants to ask any questions to any of the 5 panelists are welcome.
Shabbat has left the meeting.
Shall we start with the questions in the chat box, sir?
Yes, sir. There is questions in the chat box.
Yes, ma'am.
Read, ma.
Yes, sir.
Read one by one, ma.
We have a question from Chandana Krishnan, a first year MBA student. The question is, as you have mentioned about collaboration of banks with fintech, I have a question here. Consumers' lack of exposure to technology negatively impact banks and fintech working together. What is your opinion on this, sir? The question is to Mr. Ajayan.
No, because see the purpose, the success or the purpose of the fintechs happens. See whether you are technology savvy, the consumer need not be controlled. See that is where the use of the user experience business comes. How easily you can do the transactions through that. Your journey of the transactions become very smooth. So that's very important point. It's not that you should be a totally techno-savvy. You see, the people are using these mobile payments and all. They are all not techno-savvy. They know how to use the mobile app. They know how to use bank. If you know how to use a mobile, you are literate now. So the more capable you do that, it's easy to do that. So the success happens in that. How to make them do the transactions. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So the next question is from Abhilash. The question is, what would be the future of physical bank branches? Will fintech completely replace physical banks? Will banks reduce the number of physical branches in the future? Could you also touch on the part how PSU banks privatization going to impact the banking sector?
There are two very relevant questions in this. One is that you see it's a big question whether physical banks according to me it's not going to go away immediately, definitely, because there are lots of funding, financing, which still you require a physical bank. With my present level of knowledge on the technology, how far it will go, but definitely yes, the number of branches can be reduced. Even rural branches can be reduced, where you can have more BCS, financial inclusion, business correspondence that can be there, where technology can play a very important role. So that physical banks can definitely come down, but whether it will be totally wiped out, I cannot predict now, because I think it's a very big question. It may not immediately or in the near future. But PSU banks privatization, yes. There are pros and cons about it. See, the question is that whether even now I've seen that the PSU banks, even all the bad NPA. You see, when you say an NPA, it is not that it's not totally loss asset for the bank. Basically, banks write off technically and keep the asset and try to recover it, because sometimes when the law, so there are lots of projects where we have seen only national banks even do the role of lending for big project loans like big roads, ports and all, unless and until you have something of what you call some kind of bond market in place. At least it is the private sector banks, nationalist banks that are taking the big chunk of such lendings. So that's an important role. Then socially committed activities where the government wants to implement lots of it is through the public sector banks that's happening. But these are all relationship. This relationship can undergo a change as the technology develops. These relations, we have already seen lots of established relationship getting disrupted. So there can be disruption in this. All the banks can also take these roles. So it's a still debate whether privatization, banks privatization, yes, to an extent, to a great extent it can, but still there are some segments where the public sector banks presence will be required. Thank you.
Sir, can we say that? I'm sorry, I'm just starting a small question. Sorry, Arundhati. Can we say that the merger of the public sector banks, which have just not taken place, will encourage the flourishing of fintech?
Hello.
Sir, can we say that the merger of nationalist banks which are now taking place, will will encourage the flourishing of fintech?
See, fintech one, according to me, is something that has come and established to stay. It's going to happen. So naturally, the fintechs is going to play a very important role in all the banks. Whether so, the merged entities, yes, there it can be more. It can be more faster because you don't have number of banks to do it. So there will be lots of opportunities and powers for the banks to go on a fast phase in fintech integration.
Excellent. Thank you. Carry on.
Thank you, sir.
Arundhati, read the Priti Patma's question.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. We have another question from Preeti. The question is to Vasant, sir. The question is, the potential for an attack on Bitcoin exchanges remains real. There have been significant attacks on exchanges before and could never recover from the attacks. No doubt cryptocurrency is the future. How to prevent security breach and protect Bitcoin users from hackers and cyber attacks? The question is to Vasant, sir.
Okay. Okay, it's a valid concern. Okay. I mean, just like any other banking and everything else, when we built banking up, there have been so many fraud cases and things like that. So even in cryptocurrency, that is bound to happen. Yes, your point is right. Even 2 years back, there was an exchange called Gox, which got completely raided, and then the people lost pretty much all the bitcoins they had, and it got stolen. Thing is, now the Bitcoin Association is working. It is a recognizable threat. One of the first ones, security, like I said. So the thing is, they're working on something called the key system, something called public and a private key. It's exactly like the password, but a bit more complicated than that. So the work is going on that to see how more protection can be given for cryptocurrencies holders in their wallets where they hold the bitcoins. So yes, it is a concern. It is being worked on. There is no short answer to it. I think we need to go through the history and motions to get it right, just like we have with the banking system. I mean, so we will get there, but we are not there yet. Until then, people just have to be careful with their passwords or keys, as we call it. I can give you a full answer, but that is the true state of affairs now.
Thank you, sir.
Vishwanathan sir was talking about cybercrime in his presentation. Do you have anything to add, sir, regarding cybercrime and cybercrime legislations?
No, I think this is obviously going to be a major concern in terms of various applications, whether it's in terms of any processes within a company, in terms of handling of money in the finance, and even in terms of safety, as cars depend a lot on various kinds of software to run the vehicles. There is a huge risk of crime being committed through various kinds of intervention into the computer systems. So we will see need for more and more information security professionals, and that's going to be a hot area for budding professionals.
Okay, can I have a the question that was asked to me, how far the technology capability of user is important in penetration of the fintech? Can the other, Mr. Raj and other panelists also put some views on that? I found it interesting. Mr. Raj? Yeah. Hello? Mr. Vishwanath, sir?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. What's your view on that? Or Raj, somebody can give me some insight. How do you feel it, that question?
I apologize. I didn't pick up the question. Sorry. Can you repeat? Sorry about that.
Yeah, because there was a question that came to me: how far the capability, technology capability of the user is important in the penetration of the fintech and banking usage.
The knowledge to use technology.
Absolutely. I mean, it's not a question. If you look at some of the newest technology developments in Africa, M-Pesa, I think in Indian Paytm and things like that, that has been made possible only because the mobile technology is widespread. So you don't need to have a smartphone. You can have a simple old type of phone and still can get to do, cash transfers. So that's been one of the big innovations we're excited about. M-Pesa, Paytm, the mobile payments. And that's a prime example of what technology in the hands of the users can do it. Another good thing is, because for European countries and for developed countries, it's hard to change their infrastructure now. So they have to rebuild and build it again. But countries which are not called so-called developing countries have the opportunity to directly go to a better platform. So their technology will be a big help. So they don't need to reconstruct anything. They directly go to the better available platform directly. Okay. So that way, again, it is important that we have technology in the people's hands. Whenever we talk about India, get internet to all the remote parts of India and things like that. The main reason is, can we get everybody on the banking accounts? So I'm against it from my presentation. But the point is, can we have all those people banking? For that, technology is important. And we need to give the right technology to the right people. That answers your question.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Please.
But one thing is that it is not important that the user should be techno-savvy. He need not be such a technocrat to. That should be the capability of a fintech, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, that's the whole point. I mean, you don't need to be a techno guide access.
Yeah.
The role of fintech is exactly that. I think you mentioned initially is exactly to be in between. They make complicated banking process simple for the people, which the banks don't do. So the whole idea for fintech is make it really, really easy for people to do the stuff that were tougher before with the banks. So.
Yes.
Vasan sir, a small but important question about cybercrime. What about the European countries? Do they have very strict cybercrime laws? I doubt whether they are in India.
Yes, cybercrime is everywhere. I mean, here it's actually bigger amounts. And
I'm talking about
latest that I'm sure you heard in the news, especially in the US. There have been at least 3 attacks I know just in the last week. The pipeline, the South American pipeline was ransomware. Then I think 2 days back we had the biggest meat processing unit, completely different industry, had a cyber attack. They had to pay for that. And then even yesterday, I think a bank got ransomware. They had to decrypt. So it's a daily phenomenon. I mean, it's everywhere, and we just need to be more careful with it.
Mr. Ravi, can I have your views on that question on privatization of public sector banks? Being a banker, how do you take it? Mr. Ravi?
Hello.
Mr. Ravi, there was a question that came to me regarding the privatization of the public sector banks. Okay, how do you take it? How do you take it from the technology front as well as on the social front, impact?
See, currently what we are having is like a consolidation of banks. So going forward, we are going to have 4 large banks in India. So consolidation will take place, and also what is happening is like banks need capital. So when initially we started the banks, the government had to step in. But as and when we are seeing over a period of time, the job of the government is to not run businesses, but to come out of it. So we are going to see a trend where government will slowly step out of it, and we'll see like other, investors, like foreign investors, we'll have like institutional investors within India. They are going to contribute capital. So privatization is good because it gives the public also to own a piece of the banks they are customers in.
Okay, good.
Thank you, sir. We have one more question to Vasan, sir. The question is from Abdul Altaf. The question is, will there be abolishment in the use of paper money in the future?
A tough question, Abdul. Yeah, I mean, I would think so, but look at the trend. I mean, we are using less and less paper money.
Yes.
So I wouldn't say abolishing. I don't think there will be a rule taken for abolishing, but I think it'll gradually die down. I mean, that's purely my opinion. As more and more people realize, they're realizing now. I mean, we have more credit cards, more bank transfers. The paper money is hardly used. So I would think maybe in 100 years' time, people just stop using it. It'll just die a normal way.
I think I'm just giving away some time to all the 5 panel members. It's my opinion that keeping on investing results in inflation. What's your take about that?
Investing in?
Investing, just like investing, for example, anyway, for example, investing in gold has resulted in the hike of price of gold. So it's not actually the consumption which has increased the price of gold. Once we consider gold as a part of commodity market, now the price of gold is just like unimaginably huge. Is that aftermath of investment? When we start investing in a commodity, its price is just hiking a lot.
Good afternoon, sir. My question is to Vasantra, sir. So, I want to extend the question of Abdul. He said, what if the paper currency will be abolished? So, I understand there is uncertainty for the period of time, but assume that in the nirvana stage, what the phase you use, in the very after 10 year maybe, when the paper currency will be replaced by cryptocurrency, then I feel like there are 3 challenges in front of me. The first one is that, assume that there are now in one country we have one currency, but in cryptocurrency, there are so many cryptocurrency. Assume that I put all my wealth into Bitcoin, and I can transform a Bitcoin to Bitcoin only. But when I'm just doing some purchases, so my seller want to getting paid in Dogecoin. So how that will happen? How I will transfer the Bitcoin to Dogecoin, because his property is in Dogecoin, my property is in Bitcoin. How that will be transferred? The second question is that now assume that the same thing is happening now also, like US dollar and Indian rupees. For doing that, assume that there is one way of transferring one cryptocurrency to other, but there is some exchange rate. Now this entire crypto thing is decentralized. Who will regulate this and who will give the exchange rate? The third question is, sir, I'm just telling the same question but different prospect of this question only. The third question is that now RBI regulate the money supply, to control the money supply, to control the inflation in the market. But if this cryptocurrency will come into existence, how that thing will happen? Yes, sir. Over to you.
Okay, all right. Big question. Dogecoin to Bitcoin or whatever. Yes, there has to be an exchange. If we cannot attain a single digital currency, which we will not, because we have multiple ones already, so there has to be an exchange. So you're right. That is a challenge. Again, I mean, there should be a Bitcoin exchange, probably another middleman coming to the bill. So we will not reach a state where we have only one digital currency. So there's no way around it. So there has to be some kind of exchange mechanism. Okay, that's first question. What was your second, third one? I remember is about inflation. What's the second question? Sorry.
Because the entire cryptocurrency thing is decentralized, who will determine the exchange rate?
The market. And even today, strictly speaking, it is not the governments who determine the exchange rate. The market determines the exchange rate. The buyers and sellers. When there's more demand than supply, the thing goes up. The market determines even today. Nothing changes.
Yes,
so
sir.
even today, the government which they have the right to put it down with more money supply, but the exchange rate itself is determined by the market. Same thing.
Yes, sir. I think that is the biggest concern, sir. Why? Because assume that now the inflation thing, that is controlled by RBI. It is very meticulously planned. But a single tweet of this Elon Musk taking the Bitcoin very high, making the Bitcoin very expensive. See, if I will start paying on Bitcoin thing for the same thing, like if I'm going to Starbucks now and buying one coffee, and that will cost me, I assume that 0.0059% of a Bitcoin. Now tomorrow, after this like this person Elon Musk tweet, it may become expensive for me, sir. So it getting into very much fluctuating zone. Don't you think it is just disrupting the conventional demand and supply forces in the market?
Sure. I mean, we acknowledge it, right? I mean, that's what I said. The second biggest problem is volatility. Until the volatility dies down, we will have these issues. So that's why, I take my comfort in history. If you're trying to buy and change the economy next year with Bitcoin, it will not happen. Okay? I'm talking about the future. I'm talking about 200 years down the line or 100 years down the line. We're just planting the seeds now. Okay. Hopefully, Elon Musk will not live in 200 years down the line. Okay. So we are talking about future. This is only a start. Okay? It's been 20 years. So these things happen. Volatility will happen. So I will not advise anybody. If anybody got a wrong message today, don't go and buy a bunch of Bitcoin so that you can become rich. That is not the point. Okay? The point is the concept. We are trying to create, or there's a future for a concept like this, where there is a possibility of having, decentralized currency. Which comes to your other point, interesting. It's hard to imagine, especially for us Indians. What if there's no inflation? Why does inflation happen? Because the government, you say you took you're taking the effect. You're saying, what will the government do to control inflation? So the point of digital currencies, why should there be inflation? If the coins are the same, there is no inflation at all. In fact, it's a deflation. Because if Bitcoin's values get more and more and the pizza value remains the same, you're going to pay less Bitcoin for a pizza. So actually, the threat of cryptocurrency is deflation, not inflation. Because it's hard for us to conceive because we're all brought up, government control, and the price is rising every day. I can't buy the same 1 kilo of onions and tomatoes. It's inflation. Why does inflation have to be there? Why can't I pay the same money as my parents did when they bought 1 kilo of tomatoes? No reason. In fact, food production has to be cheaper, right? The technology is improving. We should be able to produce it cheaper. It shouldn't be inflation, it should be deflation. Like electronic goods, I can buy cheaper now than I did before. So actually, this concept is a bit upside down. Pratap, you'll have to think about deflation, not inflation.
Yes, sir. Nice talk. Thank you, sir.
Volatility, yes, I fully agree. It is a problem. Like I listed, the three prime problems exist. One is security. I think somebody asked me that question precisely. Second is volatility, like I said, too. And third is environmental impact. So these are three things we need to address. It's going to take years to get to a stage. In case of Bitcoin, for example, we are saying that by 2140, all the Bitcoins will be released. There are no more Bitcoins. So maybe it takes another 100 years to get there.
Thank you, sir.
I would like to share my view on cryptocurrencies because what has happened is like a lot of interest in cryptocurrencies. But I would like to give a different perspective or another side of the argument. See, what has happened is like gold as a currency has stood the test of time for thousands of years. People have been used gold for centuries. They have used this as an alternative currency. But what is happening with cryptocurrencies is like it is a very new trend which has picked up. So the test of time is a question mark in cryptocurrency. It has not undergone the test like gold, which is there, or dollar, which has been used as a alternative currencies at least for last several decades. So the question is like, will cryptocurrencies replace the existing currencies? It remains to be seen. Only time will say. Second factor is like, if you look at the underlying value, what is the value? Say if I'm buying a company like Hindustan Lever or Colgate Palmolive, the company the share which I'm paying, the company is making X amount of crores of profit. I am the owner for that particular percentage in terms of the earnings of the company. I get a dividend. If I own a piece of land, if I have an apartment, I get a rental income. If I am investing in a bank FD, I get an interest. But what about cryptocurrencies? What is the underlying value? It is only based on the test of faith. The faith where someone else is going to pay me an X amount of price. Tomorrow, if that faith gets disturbed because the price drops or something else comes in, That is a risk. Today, if I'm running a business in cryptocurrency, let us say I'm selling a Maruti car. The car is worth 2 lakhs. I'm selling it in cryptocurrencies. But if tomorrow the cryptocurrencies, I'm accepting cryptocurrency for, someone purchasing this car. Tomorrow, someone purchases, me as a business owner, if the cryptocurrency drops 20% in value, my entire margin is gone. So the risk of volatility in cryptocurrency is so high that businesses will not use cryptocurrencies as a means of payment. So the question of it is an alternative currency itself is not yet established. Right now, it is more of a speculation, and just because the prices are going up, people are attracted to it. So once you have to look back at the history, you have to look at the tulip mania. Similar trend happened where people in Dutch, they began to trade tulips. I don't know whether tulip mania ended in a disaster, but I don't know what will happen to cryptocurrencies. If you look at the top people like Warren Buffett, Charlie Munger, the top 2 investors in the world. If you look at Jeremy Grantham, the top economist. If you look at people like Nassim Nicholas Taleb, all have been raising concerns. But right now, no one is sure what is going to be the way ahead. We have to wait and watch, because always take it with a pinch of salt, because always look at the alternative view before you take an investment, whether it is going to be another currency which we can take it as a new trend. That is my views on cryptocurrencies.
Sir, I think we can stop here because we have exceeded the time by a fair distance. And I understand that, in fact, I also have a lot of questions, clarifications to be made from you people, such eminent people like you. But unfortunately, we are running short of time. We have exceeded the time by a fair distance. In fact, shall we conclude, sir? I think it's time. Any other questions, Arundhati, from the students? In the chat box?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay, then, sir.
We can conclude, sir. Actually, if there are any questions, we can pass it to the panelists through mail or WhatsApp, and we can make them interact also.
Thank you. We will, in case we have questions, we will pass it on to you people, sir, so that our students will get the benefit of getting the answer from you people. It was such a nice session. It was a very nice interactive session. I thought it was a very good discussion also. We had nice interaction. And the panelists were also kind enough to discuss certain aspects among themselves. So it was really fruitful from my point of view, and as also the students' point of view. So I'm really thankful to the 5 panelists who have spared their precious time and who have spent some valuable time with our students and us. And we got some good information, in fact, about currency, CFO, functions of CFO, the cybercrime aspect, the fintech, and many more. You know, a lot of good insights on finance we have got. And as our HOD already said, we are looking forward for nice collaboration with you people, especially regarding the startups and financing the startups, etc. So thank you very much, gentlemen, for all your precious insight, precious
thank you for the long session period.
All your precious inputs which you have given, which are shared with us, and hoping to have you more in our sessions in the future. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And I am returning back to Arundhati. Back to Arundhati.
Thank you, sir. As we have come close to the end of today's panel discussion, I would like to thank each of our esteemed panel members for sharing their invaluable time with us and also enlightening us with their valuable words. I would like to thank moderator Dr. G. Madan Mohan for happily moderating the panel. I'm sure that our audience here today has enjoyed and cherished this session. I would also like to thank all the faculty members, students, and research scholars for your interest and attention. We are expecting to have fruitful panels on marketing and operations tomorrow, and I expect everyone's present for tomorrow's panel discussion, which is marketing at 10 a.m. and operations at 3 p.m. Hope to see you all for those panels. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you all the panelists.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Madan ji. Thank you, Madan.
Thank you.
Arundhati, very good, Arundhati. Done well.
Sorry,
Thank you.
sir. I exceeded the time, sir. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. Thank you all very much. Great.
Vasan, sir, we are very thankful to you, sir, having
Vasan, sir, yes, sir.
from
Hungary and
Padmanabhan, sir, Vanakkam, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Balasubramanian, sir, thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks all.
I'm very happy to know about fintech.
Romanian drama has left the meeting. And at the link to stop recording. That just select about hours left the meeting. Matches were so deep. Document. You all 57 people on the show everyone button collapsed.
Fine, sir. So,
Madan, sir, thank you. Arundhati, thank you. Bye.
thanks, Kazi, sir. Thank you very much. Arundhati, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Just come to the meet market.
Studies has left the meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Actually, hold that forward.